Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you more live coverage of the situation in Iran. Hang on a moment here. Okay. One moment, please. And yes, that is correct, what you're seeing on the screen. President Trump says he will decide within 2 weeks, whether to join the war. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to bring you updates. It's 9:30 p.m. Israel time. What am I going to do? I've got to do this. Hold on a minute. I know what's happening here. Something. Give me one second here. Hold on. That's better. I had to fix something. So here is the message from President Trump right here. The press secretary shares an important message from President Trump. Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision on whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks. That doesn't mean it's going to be 2 weeks. It could be less than 2 weeks. It says within 2 weeks. Bat City Gas thinks he won't wait 2 weeks. A couple of our viewers say it could be tomorrow. Could be today. It could be today. All he's saying is within 2 weeks. Some of our viewers are saying he likes saying 2 weeks for things. It's interesting, though. I don't know what the big rush was to get back from G7. I'm still wondering about that. Why the G7 rush? I wonder what Israel thinks about that. Well, again, I don't know. I don't know what his timetable is. I think in a little bit we'll probably, what I'll probably do in a few minutes is I haven't even watched it yet. We'll probably show the press briefing, because it was talked about a bunch during the press briefing. I wasn't live for the press briefing, but we can show it, and we can discuss it. So we'll probably take a look at that. MT thinks he changed his mind attacking. I guess MT thinks that when he came back from G7, he was thinking it was going to happen soon. One of the cameras is loud. I don't know what it is. One of the cameras is loud, because that was loud when that motorcycle went by. I got to figure out what camera it is. It can be a little tricky. Let's see. Oh, it looks like it's the Tel Aviv cam. Maybe we'll turn that down a little bit. I just have to remember to turn it back up. I'll just turn this down. Hey, I want to say thanks to our moderators. We have Janet B moderating, BZ is moderating. Ruth Krafasi is moderating. Thank you. We have Big Ball of Yarn, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev moderating on Twitch. Thank you so much. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. And I'll get the Facebook mods up in the moment. Facebook very slow as usual. I also want to say thank you to... Thanks so much to Tanya's Busy, Schultz's, and Kevin's Ghost, and MJ. That's so nice of you guys. Thanks so much. Tinfoil Hat says, why rushed home from G7? Also, why threats to evacuate Tehran? That's right. Remember he said everyone should evacuate Tehran immediately? M. Lynn Lehman thinks he was not happy with G7, so he made an excuse. Philip thinks he's waiting on the carrier strike team to be in position first. As I said last night, I feel like whenever we cover this kind of thing, whether a military action will happen, some people always say they are waiting for the aircraft carrier. And I don't know if that's true or not. That's always a possibility that's raised. We'll show in a couple minutes. We'll show some of the press briefing. We got to check it out. We got to check it out. Thanks, DJ Hertz. And who knows what else will happen today? I have no idea. Late last night, we were here, and it seemed kind of quiet, and then all of a sudden, there was that missile strike where three different targets, including a hospital, three different sites, including a hospital, got hit in Israel. We covered that a bunch this morning. All right, maybe we should. Let me read a few more comments here, and then maybe we should check out the press briefing. Maybe we'll do a poll. Well. I like doing this poll because see how people feel from day to day. But we can do the same poll as we've done before. Will the U.S. join the war? That's the poll. Simple question. We'll see what you guys think. Yes or no? Yes or no? Thanks Kay Lowry Body for moderating on Facebook and Margaret Riley. Thanks Aaron Van Ness and Sharon Class and Gosling. And Margaret and Kay and Lisa Perkins for subscribing over there. Kay and Margaret are moderating. Oh, I gotta put up the poll up now. I have to put it up on Facebook, sorry. I put it up on the other platforms. Polls. Okay, I asked you guys, will the U.S. join the war? Here's what you are saying right now. On YouTube, 62% of you say yes. On Facebook right now, it is 71% on Facebook saying yes. 70% on Facebook. And let's get the Twitch count here. It's 62% on Twitch. Is that based? I don't know. Oh, it's 62% on both. Wow, you guys are right near each other. Look at that. Tim Robinson thinks they will. I wonder what Netanyahu thinks of the within 2 weeks announcement. I'm sure Netanyahu would prefer it happen today. Thanks to Nuggies on Twitch and Jay Stubbles on Twitch. Have a Pringle. J and T for your support. Wardogs75. Sven Christensen. Hey, Jay Stubbles gave out 5 gift subs. Thanks, Jay Stubbles. Very nice of you. Maverick, thanks for subscribing. Well, YouTube and Twitch are quite close. They're both at about 63-64% yes, 36% no. Thanks for voting in our poll. Facebook was actually at 64% too. I don't know if this has ever happened before. So Facebook finished at 64% and YouTube and Twitch were at 64 and 63%. The groups are coalescing. That's probably the wrong word. But the groups are have come into agreement. Thanks, Kay Lowry. How about that? How about that? Thanks also to Louis R. Louis R. says 2 weeks was a gut punch for him. He seemed so close to what I view as the right policy choice. I think if you are like Louis R. and you think the U.S. should join the war, you might have thought it was going to happen by now already. Thank you. Hey, Gregory Prim, that's so kind of you. Gregory Prim, thank you, Gregory. And Michael Andren just gave 50 people in the chat memberships. Wow, so generous. That's so nice of you, Michael. Hey, make sure you thank Michael if he gave you a membership, or somebody else if they give you a membership and subscription. Like Jay Stubble over on Twitch, I think it was. Jay Stubble? Jay Stubbles. Thank you, Michael. That's really nice of you. Also, thanks to Jory. Thank you, Jory, for being here. Jeff Buddington. Lungos. Dodger Blue. Dodger Blue thinks it's a crapshoot at this point. Raven Knight. She says there is chatter Iran's going to hit the Dimona Israel nuclear reactor in a stern threat. Well, I know Israel has air defense protecting that, so I don't know that they can just hit it if they want to. Dimona there's the Dimona reactor. The Shimon Peres Negev Nuclear Research Center is sometimes referred to as the Dimona reactor. Israel claims the reactor and research facility are for general research purposes into atomic science, but the reactor has been involved in the production of nuclear materials for use in Israel's nuclear weapons program. I mean, they could fire missiles at it. From what I understand, Israel Well, I know Israel has anti-missile defenses anyway. I would think they would prioritize a place like that. But we'll see. We'll see if there's some sort of attempt made on it. I think you might be referring to something that was reported today. Where is it here? Was there a Revolutionary Guard pronunciation about it? They say a lot of things. I see some accounts online. Yeah, like Anadolu English, which is a Turkish news account, says that the Revolutionary Guard of Iran issued a, quote, evacuation order for the area where the Dimona nuclear plant is located. I mean, what that sounds like to me is sometimes what happens is when Israel issues an evacuation order, this happened a couple days ago, when Israel issues an evacuation order, Iran will issue their own to like balance to match Israel's. So like, remember last night Israel issued an evacuation order for the area around the Arak nuclear reactor. And then they did blow it up. So my guess is that Iran, this is what they do. They issue their own evacuation order. Although there is, I would have to think it is highly improbable that Iran would be able to destroy the Dimona reactor, whereas Israel, it was almost certain that Israel was going to do it when they gave the evacuation order, because that's what they do, and they also have control of the skies. So I take this Revolutionary Guard evacuation order as more of a kind of propaganda thing, which they do. They did this a couple days ago after Israel issued some evacuation order. They gave one for Tel Aviv, I remember. So I have not heard anything suggesting they could seriously threaten the reactor. I guess they could fire missiles at it, and one of the missiles could get through. At the same time, I'm guessing that it's something that Israel would prioritize in their missile defense. But thanks for mentioning it. Thanks, Kevin Borman and Angie Missal, M. Lynn Lehman, Kevin's Ghost. Kevin's Ghost thinks Trump left G7 so quickly because it sucked. That's what Kevin says. Thanks, Schultzes. Tanya's busy. Hey, that's really kind of you, Florian Meyer. Florian is in Switzerland. I think Florian's in Switzerland. Thanks, Pale Rider. Pale Rider thinks the Iranian evacuation order for Israel's nuclear plant is tit-for-tat Iranian propaganda. Thank you, Debbie James, for being a member, and Gary Fry. Oh, Gary thinks that the Israel could take out the supreme leader without U.S. approval. Yeah, so that's certainly something that could be on the table. We have to talk about that. Kevin Carson, thanks for being a member. Jason, Zach Hudson, Paul Walker, Martin Gingrich. Martin, it's within 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks. Sean, Booty Dupe 19. Okay, so Israel Katz, who is the defense minister of Iran, defense minister of Israel, Israel Katz, he said today that a dictator like Khamenei cannot continue to exist, which some are taking as a sign that Israel might target the supreme leader after these missile strikes in Iran, one of which hit an Israeli hospital. Also, Netanyahu said after that, he said, we will exact the full price from the tyrants in Tehran, He also said, oh, what else? The defense minister also said, yeah, remember this. I mean, this is quite important. We talked about this morning. The defense minister of Israel said after these Iranian missile strikes, one of which hit a hospital earlier today, he said Khamenei, the supreme leader, will be held accountable for his crimes. He said that. He said, the Prime Minister Netanyahu and I have instructed the IDF to increase the intensity of attacks against strategic targets in Iran and against government targets in Tehran in order to remove the threats to the state of Israel, in order to remove threats to the state of Israel and undermine the Ayatollah's regime. Which sounds like maybe they're pursuing regime change now. Oh yeah, here's the post right here. He cannot continue to exist. I have it right here. Here's Israel Katz's post right here. This is Defense Minister of Israel. Dictator Khamenei is a modern-day Hitler who has carved out on his banner the destruction of the state of Israel and is enslaving all of his country's resources to advance this terrible goal. He cannot continue to exist. That's what the defense minister said. So, you know, at this point, would it be surprising for them to try to go after the supreme leader? I mean, not given this rhetoric. Brooks says it is always 2 weeks. I think in a second we're going to listen to some of the press briefing, because that just happened. Some of our viewers, like Bradley Mitchell, think he needed to get back from G7 because he wanted to do his flagpole event. Okay, let's do that. How's the best way for me to do this? Here's how we're going to do it. Here's how we're going to do this. We do this. We do this. Okay, good. I'm going to take this here. Oops, sorry. Put this over here. Are you ready, guys? We're going to check out some of what the press secretary had to say today, a short while ago. Hang on. What I need to do is get it on the screen for you. So I will do that right now. Okay, this goes here. This goes there. Gonna do this, but we need to move it up on the screen. And we do this, and don't worry, it's not gonna take up the whole screen. We can just do that. Oops, I didn't want to do that. I don't want to make that smaller. All right, I think we're good. All right, so this is earlier today. That's when that's from. I'll put a little thing on it. Put a caption on it. Earlier. It was only about an hour ago, I think. Earlier today. Ooh, we don't need it that big. Do this. So here is this. All right, we ready to go? I might skip some of it if it's not about, skip the parts that aren't. I think at the start she might talk about not Israel stuff. So I just want to play you the Israel stuff, the Israel-Iran stuff. She took some questions on it too. All right, let's give this a shot.
Good afternoon, everyone. President Trump's powerful efforts to secure our homeland are working.
She's talking about the border here. Skip that.
Under this administration. For years. President Trump has directed all of that, and they have the full prohibition of this extension. This big beautiful bill is a massive.
Talking about the big beautiful bill. Fine.
Been a lot of speculation amongst all of you in the media regarding the president's decision making and whether or not the United States will be directly involved.
Here, hold on a second. Here's the part about the war.
And passing this bill will help fulfill a number of President Trump's core campaign promises.
Let me get the volume up a little bit. Let me get the volume up a little bit.
Regarding the ongoing situation in Iran, I know there has been a lot of speculation amongst all of you in the media regarding the president's decision-making and whether or not the United States will be directly involved. In light of that news, I have a message directly from the president, and I quote, "Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks." That's a quote directly from the president for all of you today. So we'll kick it off for questions here in our new media seat. We have Eli Lake from the Free Press. Eli, go ahead.
Thanks so much for having us.
Thank you.
The Free Press. The decision to extend the, I guess, delay in enforcing the TikTok ban.
Sure.
Can you talk about whether January?
The president's it's on. We believe in the losing.
Next question.
Investigation at this time. I, for one, do not. The president take the authority risk.
All in. So, Rhino
engaged in such leaks, especially those that risk American national security. Sure. Go ahead.
Caroline, thank you. So, Rhino warmonger Lindsey Graham, he recently called on the U.S. to go all in.
That's quite the lead to a question.
Right. What's your message to everyday Trump supporters? Not the Tucker Carlsons or other big names, but everyday Trump supporters, grassroots who voted for President Trump to stop the wars, rejected this in the primary, going into another war with voting against Nikki Haley, and they want to see non-U.S. involvement in this war. What's your message?
Trust in President Trump. President Trump has incredible instincts, and President Trump kept America and the world safe in his first term as president in implementing a peace through strength foreign policy agenda. And with respect to Iran, nobody should be surprised by the president's position that Iran absolutely cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. He's been unequivocally clear about this for decades, not just as president, not just as a presidential candidate, but also as a private citizen. In fact, I have some quotes for you. In 2011, President Trump said, "America's primary goal with Iran must be to destroy its nuclear ambitions. We cannot allow this radical regime to acquire a nuclear weapon that they will either use or hand off to terrorists." In 2015, the president said, "The problem is that Iran poses an existential threat to Israel, our Middle Eastern allies, and the United States." And of course, the president has repeated that in his first term, second term as president as well. That's why he was adamantly opposed to the disastrous Iranian nuclear agreement that was implemented by President Obama. And it's why he has given great latitude and given a lot of effort to achieving a diplomatic solution. But he's been very clear. Iran went for 60 days when he gave them that 60-day warning without coming to the table. On day 61, Israel took action against Iran. And as I just told you from the president directly, he will make a decision within 2 weeks.
A follow-up?
Sure. Go ahead, Natalie.
Thanks, Caroline. Can you confirm whether Steve Witkoff has been in touch with the Iranian foreign minister, and does Witkoff plan to go to Geneva tomorrow for talks?
I am not tracking that on Mr. Witkoff's travel schedule, but I can certainly check in with him to be sure. As for correspondence between the United States and the Iranians, I can confirm that correspondence has continued. As you know, we were engaged with 6 rounds of negotiations with them in both indirect and direct ways.
Thanks, Caroline. Just to clarify the president's statement just now, when he says that he'll make a decision in the next 2 weeks, is he saying that if Iran does not come back to the negotiating table within the next 2 weeks, that the president will strike?
The president is saying that he will make a decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks. It's very clear and direct.
And is he seeing any signs of progress? He obviously is holding out hope for negotiations, but is he seeing any inklings of progress that give him that hope that talks are still possible?
Well, that's why he said in the statement that I just read for all of you, based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, he will make that decision within the next 2 weeks.
What makes him think there's still a substantial chance, is my question.
I'm not going to get into the reasoning and the rationale the president believes that, but that's his position, and he will make a decision within the next 2 weeks.
Caroline.
Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. President Trump has said previously in regard to Russia, he's used this phrase about 2 weeks several times in terms of like, we expect like a 2-week deadline and then you give another 2-week deadline. How can we be sure that he's going to stick to this one on making a decision on Iran?
Well, in those deadlines, as you've seen in respect to Russia, Ukraine, might I add, these are 2 very different, complicated global conflicts, as you know, that the president inherited from our previous incompetent president in the weakness of the previous administration. And the president has spent a tremendous amount of time and effort cleaning up these crises that were caused by the last administration's just complete dereliction of duty on the world stage and American weakness. Now we have American strength again. With respect to Russia and Ukraine, because of that American strength and the president's leadership, we have seen these 2 sides engage in direct negotiations. And the last time the president said 2 weeks, you saw Russia and Ukraine have direct negotiations for the first time in years. And so the president is always interested in a diplomatic solution to the problems and the global conflicts in this world. Again, he is a peacemaker in chief. He is the peace through strength president. And so if there's a chance for diplomacy, the president's always going to grab it. But he's not afraid to use strength as well, I will add. Francesca.
Thanks, Caroline. What exactly would a deal with Iran need to entail?
No enrichment of a uranium, and it would absolutely not, Iran is not absolutely not able to achieve a nuclear weapon. The president has been very clear about that. And by the way, the deal that Special Envoy Witkoff proposed to the Iranians was both realistic and acceptable within its terms. And that's why the president is sent that deal to them.
To follow up on what you told Natalie, are the talks that the United States is currently having with Iran direct, or are those through intermediaries? And if so, which countries are acting as the intermediary right now?
Out of respect for the ongoing discussions and negotiations, I am not going to get into the details of them. We've provided you confirmation for now. Go ahead. Sure, and then behind you too.
Oh, okay. So thanks. Sorry. On the topic of negotiations and talks, does the president have any hopes or specific expectations for the talks tomorrow between European foreign secretaries and their Iranian counterpart?
Well, certainly the entire world is on the president's side when it comes to the fact that Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. This is something that pretty much all of humanity, except for the Iranian terrorist regime themselves, agree upon. And so the president expects that Europe will deliver that message directly to the Iranians.
Why does President Trump believe that this 90-day extension on TikTok will provide more runway, perhaps, than the previous extensions that haven't led to a
forward
divestment
this
deal?
question.
Because it's more time to make a good deal. Simple question. Dasha?
Thank you so much. I know things are going day by day right now. The president wants maximum optionality. Is the possibility of the U.S. getting involved in regime change in Iran at all on the table at this point? And then I have one on as well.
Sure. The president's top priority right now is ensuring that Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon and providing peace and stability in the Middle East.
And on Medicaid, Caroline,
Sure.
the Senate put forward Medicaid provisions, particularly a lower cap on state provider taxes that hospitals have said would lead to mass closures, particularly in rural communities. Is the president willing to sign a bill that includes those provisions that Republican senators like Josh Hawley say will lead to hospital closures?
Out of respect for the ongoing discussions that the White House is very much actively involved in with our friends in the United States Senate. I won't comment on that specific provision. Look, the bill hasn't been sent to the president's desk yet. There's more room for change. The president, for one, I will reiterate, has been very clear on his priorities with respect to Medicaid. He wants to see waste, fraud, and abuse ridden from the system to protect
this a little bit.
for tax-paying citizens who deserve, needy, or off of.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
Logistically, if the Iranians are getting to Geneva, does that mean they've found a way to get to the White House?
I am not going to get into hypotheticals, but as you heard from the president yesterday, they have expressed interest in doing so.
There's a lot of
Philip.
pressure on the president to come to the aid of Israel. There's a lot of pressure on him to finish the job with force. How is he balancing the concern that if he doesn't choose to do that, that it would send a message to Xi Jinping about the U.S. commitment to Taiwan?
Well, the president enjoys a very respectful and cordial relationship with China's president. He has long maintained that, even in his first term. And China and the United States share many strategic interests, both in terms of economics and also, of course, global affairs and foreign policy as well. However, when it comes to balancing these different viewpoints, the president is balancing a lot of viewpoints, and he is listening not just to other world leaders, but to his advisors and to people here in the country and the American people too. And I think that's what makes this president such a great leader, is his ability to listen and make a good decision on behalf of the American public based on his instincts and his experience. Don't forget, this is a president who was here before, and the world was a much more peaceful and stable place when he left office than when he came back in after the past 4 years of complete incompetence by the previous president. Philip, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Two quick questions. When the president says Iran is very close to a nuclear weapon, is he relying on U.S. intelligence or intelligence sharing from an ally to make that assessment?
It is a fact, and the United States government maintains this fact, that Iran has never been closer to obtaining a nuclear weapon.
And then if the U.S. were to take some type of military action, would the president go to Congress to seek war authority?
I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals. I gave you the statement from the president. He'll make a decision within 2 weeks.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline.
Mary and then Elizabeth.
Two questions, one on Iran and then the second on something Jasmine Crockett said this morning. So given that we know the Iranian government did order an operative to assassinate the president, is there concern that Iran might respond with non-traditional military ways to some kind of strike on Iran, such as another assassination attempt? And has the Department of Justice looked into this last attempt on the president's life?
I believe Secret Service and the FBI have looked into the 2 assassination attempts that took place against the president, both of which were sad days in our nation's history. So I would defer you to the Department of Justice on where those investigations stand. But as for your question regarding Iranian retaliation, I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals again, but I can assure the American public and the world that this administration is prepared and ready to defend American interests and assets, not just in the region, but here on our homeland as well.
Thank you. And then really quick on Jasmine Crockett, she said, I believe, that Trump supporters are mentally ill before calling for bipartisan support against the president. Can you respond to that, especially considering she's a rising star in the Democrat Party right now?
She is a rising star. It's quite something to behold, actually. I hope that she continues to be a rising star for the Republican Party, at least. I think it's incredibly derogatory to accuse nearly 80 million Americans of mental illness. The last time I checked, Jasmine Crockett couldn't dream of winning such a majority of the public as President Trump did. And the America First movement, which President Trump has built, is filled of hardworking patriots, the forgotten men and women, business owners, law enforcement officers, nurses and teachers, and middle America, as we all know, from where you all grew up, outside of this beltway. That's who makes up this president's movement. And Jasmine Crockett should go to a Trump rally sometime and she can see it for herself. Jennifer.
One on North Korea and one on China. Sure. On North Korea, they launched some rockets into the ocean today.
I'm just forwarding.
What does the White House make of that? Do you read any meaning into that?
I'm just forwarding through the non-Israel Iran questions.
Time
a very
apparent skirmish between the Chinese and the Philippines in the South China Sea.
Iran is
in the United States along. What is to say that they are not to say
Benjamin in national community Yahoo. Kristen.
Thank you, Caroline. We have heard from a number of U.S. officials who say that Iran doesn't want to make a deal, that they are just stringing the United States along. What is to say that they are not going to continue to do so if we continue to give them extensions, now 2 weeks before 60 days?
Look, Iran is in a very weak and vulnerable position because of the strikes and the attacks from Israel. And with respect to the president's statement, I shared that with all of you. And he has been very direct and clear. Iran can and should make a deal. We sent a deal to them that was practical, that was realistic, or they will face grave consequences.
Why is Steve Witkoff not participating in the talks this week?
I can ask Mr. Witkoff why he is not.
Thanks, Caroline. Does the president object if Israel attempts its own operation against Fordo in the next 2 weeks?
I won't decide that for the president, nor will I share that here. I'll let him speak to that.
And then just another one. Iran is apparently warning Europeans that if struck by the U.S., it may withdraw from the nuclear proliferation treaty. That would result in throwing out inspectors and taking the program dark. What does the president think of the value of having Iran as a full signatory of that treaty?
Well, that's reckless rhetoric, but I understand the Europeans are meeting with the Iranians tomorrow, so we'll see how that meeting goes.
Just one more on Juneteenth. Does the president plan to commemorate the holiday today or make any comment on it?
I'm not tracking his signature on a proclamation today. I know this is a federal holiday. I want to thank all of you for showing up to work. We are certainly here. We're working 24/7 right now. Nikki, go ahead.
Actually, that was my question. Will he plan to mark Juneteenth in any way?
Go ahead.
Would avoid a direct conflict with Iran. The president is giving some time.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Caroline. The fact that this president is giving some time and space for diplomacy, another 2 weeks, does it mean that the president is trying his best to avoid a direct conflict with Iran?
I think the president has made it clear he always wants to pursue diplomacy, but believe me, the president is unafraid to use strength if necessary. And Iran and the entire world should know that the United States military is the strongest and most lethal fighting force in the world, and we have capabilities that no other country on this planet possesses. Owen.
Caroline, good afternoon. The Supreme Court, as you know, has upheld Tennessee's ban on transgender medical procedures for minors. Puberty blockers.
Children. This is in a
secretary for vetting other foreign visas.
The first he's and that visa specific first option.
And is he still planning to attend Marjorie Taylor Greene or the?
I think Alex's question previously. The president is always watching, and this administration is doing more than any in history to bring oil prices and gas prices here at Denag on his decision. There's a number of factors that, of course, are in federal action this administration has taken on the home front. But yes, of course, he's paying attention and monitoring that. But as for whether it's weighing into his decision, there's a number of factors that, of course, are. And as I said, he will make that decision in the next 2 weeks. Can't reiterate that enough. Ouija.
Caroline, thank you. With regard to a potential deal, Iran has said it will not negotiate under duress. Does the president believe there should be a ceasefire in these next 2 weeks as the U.S. tries to broker a deal?
That's not what he said in the statement he dictated to me, so I won't get ahead of the president or add anything additional to the statement that he gave me the liberty to share with all of you.
And then just to follow up on how close Iran is to a nuclear weapon, can you clarify when the president said a few weeks away, did he mean obtaining enough enriched uranium to start building a weapon, or did he mean Iran is a few weeks away from completing the production of a weapon?
I'm glad you asked that, Ouija. It's an important question, and it's one, frankly, the media has been getting wrong. Let's be very clear. Iran has all that it needs to achieve a nuclear weapon. All they need is a decision from the supreme leader to do that, and it would take a couple of weeks to complete the production of that weapon, which would, of course, pose an existential threat not just to Israel, but to the United States and to the entire world. And that is something that the entire world, including countries like Russia, is in agreement with, that Iran should not and cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. And that's why the president believes that, and he's believed that, again, not just his political career, but frankly, his entire life.
So it
Michael.
sounds like it's the former, just to be clear.
Correct.
That they have the components. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Michael.
Caroline, as we look forward to the NATO summit next week, Spain right now is threatening not to oblige the president's request for all NATO countries to
of money to clear, including.
Does the president like to?
I know of transparency. I appreciate your being here on a federal holiday, and we'll see you later. Thank you.
All right, so we heard from the press secretary. Again, President Trump says he will decide whether to join the war within 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks. Okay. Now, I had a couple other news items I wanted to mention to you. Hang on a moment here. I got to get the volume back up on our cameras. Redonk thinks he is stalling. I'll leave it to Skeeter says he might decide by tomorrow. For those who are wondering, 2 weeks would be July 3rd. July 3rd is 2 weeks from now. Sean Smith says he's not going to say publicly when he is going to do it. It's got to be a surprise for the enemy. I thought when he came back, I am pretty surprised, because I thought when he rushed back from G7, there was some urgent thing that was going to get done. So I thought we'd hear like very soon after he got back from G7, because he left. He all of a sudden left early. Maybe he changed his mind. I don't know. Eric Lucen says he always stalls. 2 weeks is his default answer. Dina Schultz says maybe he will wait till July 4th, make a huge statement with that. Thank you, Dina Schultz, for your support. Melody Aceves says it's his poker face. Hey, a couple things I saw. First of all, I saw a report from N12 News. N12 News Asaf Rosenzweig said in the last hour restrictions on the internet in Iran have been at least partially lifted. Now, I haven't seen that other places. But N12 News says one of their reporters claims that in the last hour, internet restrictions in Iran have been partially lifted. Again, I cannot confirm that report. But I'm just throwing that out there as something that N12 News said. So let's see what more we hear about that. That's one thing. They shut off the internet basically a day ago in Iran. The government shut it off. Also, Khan News Israel is reporting that Israel is preparing to respond severely to the Iranian missile strike on Soroka Hospital earlier today. Again, Khan News Israel is saying Israel is preparing to respond severely to the Iranian missile strike on Soroka Hospital. When that response might come, I don't know. So, that strike happened about 15 hours ago. All right, so there's that. And then also, what was the other thing? Oh, there was another report I wanted to mention, is this whole cluster bombs report. Cluster munitions. Hang on. Hang on a moment here. Yes. So you can see here, this is from AP, more than 200 wounded, including dozens in the hospital strike. At least 240 people were wounded by the latest Iranian missile attacks on Israel, including 80 patients and medical workers wounded in the strike on the Soroka Medical Center. The vast majority were lightly wounded, as much of the hospital building had been evacuated in recent days. Israel's Home Front Command said one of the Iranian ballistic missiles fired Thursday morning had been rigged with fragmenting cluster munitions. Rather than a conventional warhead, a cluster munition warhead carries dozens of submunitions that can explode on impact, showering small bomblets around a large area and posing major safety risks on the ground. The Israeli military did not say where that missile had been fired. Iranian officials insisted they had not sought to strike the hospital and claimed the attack hit a facility belonging to the Israeli military's elite technological unit called C4I. The website for the Gav Yam Negev Advanced Technologies Park, some 2 miles from the hospital, said C4I had a branch campus in the area. The strike at the hospital, which serves, by the way, it's the main hospital for southern Israel. The strike at the hospital inflicted the greatest damage on an old surgery building and affected key, I think it's the old surgery building, and affected key infrastructure, including gas, water, and AC systems. The hospital, which provides services to around 1 million residents of Israel's south, had been caring for 700 patients at the time of the attack. After the strike, the hospital closed to all patients except life-threatening cases. Iran has fired 450 missiles and 1,000 drones at Israel since the conflict began, according to Israeli army estimates, though most have been shot down by Israel's multi-tiered air defenses. Quick thanks, by the way, to Queen of the South for being a member. Thanks, Dennis Kennedy. Thanks also, the Karzar. The Karzar says of the 2 weeks comment, loose lips sink ships. Thank you, Ori Dekel. Ori Dekel thinks Israel is not fully utilizing many of its capabilities to harm Iran. For example, cyber attacks and shutting off electricity. But he thinks Iran is exhausting all its capabilities. Now, Iran does have cyber capability, I believe. I don't know that they're going to use it at all or whether they've tried. But thank you, Ori. I wonder if Ori thinks Israel is going to start using new tactics it has not used yet. Thank you, Mush Levin, who says, I wonder if they are worried about China moving in on Taiwan when we are busy with Iran. Thank you, Sean Smith. Thank you, Anna P. Anna P. thinks he's saying 2 weeks so Iran lowers its guard. Thank you, The Empire, who thinks he's waiting for Iran to run low on missiles. Thanks, Show Intel, who thinks it's going to be this weekend. Thanks, Nikisha Davis, our new member, Paul Walker, Turbo Goat. There's a whole school of thought one of our viewers just exemplified, where you say he says 2 weeks, but it's actually going to be soon. Turbo Goat thinks Israel shouldn't have nuclear weapons. Thanks, Javier Lane, Michael Dodd, Danny Finch, Liastnir, thank you. Dave Wilson, thank you. Jay Marquez, thank you. Jay Marquez says killing Khomeini could backfire because someone younger and more aggressive could take his place and ramp up the retaliation. I have heard experts say it's not, it's not clear what would happen if the supreme leader was taken out, and there is a risk that what follows could be worse for Israel rather than better. But I don't know. Kamikaze, thank you. I think we're just hearing traffic and not planes, but I'm not positive. I'm not positive. Also, for all I know, on one of the traffic, we might hear planes once in a while taking off. I'm not sure. There's 3 different cameras, Haifa, Modin, and I think you're mostly hearing the Tel Aviv cam. Thanks, Greg G. Rooftop Korean. Thanks, Rooftop Korean. Juan Cabrera, Tamara Kelly, Valko Milev. Will this spread to the Balkans? This would have to be, this would have to get quite escalated to spread to the Balkans. I don't want to say never, but we'd be talking like huge world war kind of thing. Although someone could argue that maybe this conflict results in terrorism in different locations around the world, so there's that. I hope not. By the way, our viewer is in Bulgaria. Thanks, Valko, all the way from Bulgaria. Thanks, Valko. I appreciate that. Thanks, Trav Brunette, our new member, and Debbie James, and Ernie Nolte, and Tom Handal. Tom thinks it's not smart to wait 2 weeks because it would give Iran time to make preparations. Thanks, Dashark. I saw something about that report. I'll have to check on it, Dashark. I'll check on it in a second. Thank you, Dashark. Thank you, I'm a little dorky. And Jay Dizzy, and Seth the Welsh, and Justin Wallace. All right, I'm just trying to catch up on my thank you. Sorry. It's been a little while. And Mr. Ragnog on Twitch, and Larry Picklejar, and Vred on Twitch, and Sweetums on Twitch. And Morit Vickers R, Thread Shark, Gun Guy Brian, Mr. Golden Brown, Zezito over there on Twitch. Thank you. Let me see. I'm seeing some. Let me check a couple reports from Iran. Give me a moment here. I was just checking if we had any Iran updates. There is a meeting tomorrow between European diplomats and Iran, by the way. Ariel Oserin, Israeli reporter, says there are Iranian reports of Israeli strikes currently hitting Tehran, including the Revolutionary Guard-linked Imam Hussein University, with ongoing air defense activity over the capital. That's according to Ariel Oserin. I thought that university got hit a few days ago. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. There were reports about it. So we'll see if we hear anything more about that. So again, there are some reports. Michael Horowitz, who I follow, says he's hearing about a strike near Isfahan moments ago. Sounds like there might be some airstrikes going on in Iran right now by Israel. So we'll keep an eye on that to try to get you more information. Oh, a new English language announcement. We should talk about the Arak reactor too. Here's a new announcement in English from the IDF. Hey guys, I have a new announcement from the IDF in English. Let's look at it. Let's check it out. They just posted this. Here is your IDF English language update.
ערב טוב. זהו היום השביעי למבצע עם כלביא.
Oh wait, it said it was in English.
יחד עם הצוותים הטכניים
It's supposed to be in English. I could have swore it said it was in English. All right, hang on a minute. Let me figure this out. Let me figure this out. I could have swore it said it was in English. Let me double check there. Didn't it say it was in English? It literally says, here is an English video announcement. Maybe they posted the wrong video. The link literally says, here's the English. Well,
טייסי חיל האוויר.
that's not the English one. They posted the wrong one. Well, maybe they'll repost it. Oh, here is some footage that they released, Israel, of them hitting the nuclear reactor, the Arak nuclear reactor in Iran, which was not yet operational. Here it is. this a little bigger for you so you can see it better. There you go. Yeah, it's the building we were talking about last night. Is this in English?
I'm here at the Soroka Hospital in Beersheba.
So here's a statement from earlier, a little earlier, from the IDF. This one's in English, so I want to play this one too. Hang on. Here's another statement from the IDF from the hospital that was hit by an Iranian missile this morning.
I'm here at the Soroka Hospital in Beersheba, at a site where a ballistic missile launched this morning from Iran hit directly this hospital.
Hold on.
This is exactly the phase. I'm here at the Soroka Hospital in Beersheba, at a site where a ballistic missile launched this morning from Iran hit directly this hospital.
Sorry. I had other audio on when playing it. I'm going to play it one more time without other audio playing. Let's do this one more time.
I'm here at the Soroka Hospital in Beersheba, at a site where a ballistic missile launched this morning from Iran hit directly this hospital. This is exactly the face of this regime. It's a terror regime. We are targeting military targets and they are targeting civilians. They are aiming to kill as many civilians as they can. And this is exactly why we launched this operation. We cannot allow Iran obtain nuclear weapons. We cannot allow Iran obtain ballistic missiles. It's an existential threat for Israel. It's an imminent threat for Israel. We will do whatever we can in order to dismantle this threat.
There you go. We are bringing you live updates. I want to take some comments from you guys. Israel threatens Iran's supreme leader, by the way. Hang on, let me take a few comments here. When is Israel going to respond to the hospital bombing? Our viewer Tyler Evo says, people keep removing the word within from the president's statement. Within, he says, includes the next 24 hours. Yes, the statement is within 2 weeks. Cheryl says, if Iran is less than 2 weeks from a usable nuclear weapon and all they need is the supreme leader say so, why are we giving them 2 weeks? So I think you're referring to something said in the press briefing, which was something like the U.S. believes that Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon if they want to. But so, I mean, I think that was the idea is that the U.S. believed Iran was close to a nuclear weapon before Israel started attacking them. So even if they believed that, the situation would presumably be quite different now, since they're under attack from Israel. I understand what you're saying, but I haven't seen any kind of serious concern from anyone that Iran right now would be able to, under attack, advance towards having a nuclear weapon. Also, even if they were to somehow get a nuclear weapon, they still don't have the means to deliver it. It's a whole other thing to shrink it down to the size that you can, say, put on a missile and develop a missile that can carry it and all of that stuff. So I understand the question, but I have seen no serious concern that Iran is anywhere close right now to doing some rush to having a nuclear weapon right now that they could use. Thank you, Cheryl, for the question. Snugglegoth thinks the U.S. is involved supplying and resupplying Israel and with all areas of intelligence. And even with air-to-air refueling? Well, if the U.S. is involved in air-to-air refueling, then they're just lying about it because they've denied that. I don't know that they would do that because I would think that there's a real risk that some other country, I don't know how this works, but couldn't another country just could use like satellite footage or something and say, look, they're clearing, here's a photo of refueling going on. See, they're lying to you. So I don't know that they're lying about that. I mean, I'm not up there with binoculars or something and looking at it, but I would think that that's a claim that there's a risk that could be easily disproven. But it's an interesting question how much they're involved other than the overt ways like shooting down missiles. At times, President Trump has seemed to suggest that the U.S. is quite involved. Thank you, Snugglegoth, for the comment. Moose's Backyard says, our viewer says, it's difficult to believe Iran is just a decision away from having nuclear weapons and didn't build them. Moose's Backyard thinks Iran had all sorts of incentives to build them before. So Moose's Backyard thinks the reason that Iran doesn't have them is that they just couldn't figure out how to build them yet. Although, a response to this would be that Iran wanted to use them as a big negotiating chip. And maybe, again, this is playing devil's advocate, somebody could say, maybe Iran thought that year after year they could just always threaten to have one and then get sanctions relief and other benefits from threatening to have one without, and just keep stringing it along. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying that would be one response somebody might give. A quick thank you, by the way, to Thomas Pedersen. Hey, thank you, Thomas. I appreciate that. Also, Tracy for the gift membership. Low, our new member. Christina Matthew. What is the story on the 3 China carriers that were supposedly stuck into Iran? I feel like every stream I get questions and comments about China sneaking stuff into Iran. I have no reliable stories saying China is sneaking stuff into Iran. Could they be sneaking stuff into Iran? I guess. I don't know enough about it. But just so you know, I have no reliable information that they're doing it. Doesn't mean they're not doing it. But I really don't have anything to tell you on it. There's a bunch of questions I get on it. I really can't be enlightening on it, unfortunately. I think it's an interesting issue. Down the road, could we see China or Russia more overtly supporting Iran in this conflict? I don't have a good sense of that, but it's an interesting question. If they thought the regime were really at stake. Thank you to Weaponized Democracy. It sounds like Weaponized Democracy thinks Trump is chickening out with the 2 weeks. Thank you, Lena Lopez. Big League Drew. Curveballs 126, H3 Xmas 3R, Redonk. Redonk thinks maybe Trump is stalling to give Israel time to get the supreme leader. Thank you, Jim Durgan and Alan Wrights, and Red Porch, and Braden E. Nelson, and Diane in Nicotin. Diane believes that Imam Hossein University has a lot of new nuclear-related research, and there's a large missile base to the northwest. That's what Diane says. Thank you. Hemant Shah, sorry, it's a little loud. Hemant Shah from India, AI Phantom Files in Albany, New York. Carl Schultz says, why do they tend to fire missiles and drones at night? I get that question a bunch. It's a good question. I don't have a great answer for you. I'm wondering if maybe they just think it's easier to have their launchers not get spotted. That would be one reason I could think of off the top of my head. Another reason would be to think if they're trying to minimize casualties. But I don't know. Maybe there's some other reason. I mean, there's certainly concern in Iran, I would think, about Israel targeting their launchers and their missiles. I mean, I just looked it up. One article I saw online said that it was, again, more like helps with concealment when they do it. Whiplash says it's a psychological warfare aspect, keeps people up all night. Now, they don't just do it at night. I mean, they have done it during the day. The attack on the hospital was during a daylight hour. It wasn't dark out. Yeah, Pat White says this morning's attack, it was light out. Thank you, Bearded Ham. Lee Don, John Ruddock, Ernie Nolte, Mushlevin, Belfast Stargazer, who saw an article claiming the U.S. could do it this weekend. Well, he said within 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks. Let's get a few more updates here on what's going on. I was going to mention this from Associated Press. Israel threatens Iran's supreme leader. Ooh, they have some before and after photos. I'll have to get those. Give me a moment. There's some photos I got to show you too. I have a before and after satellite photo of the Arak nuclear complex. AP says Iranian missiles hit a major hospital in southern Israel and struck residential buildings in the Tel Aviv metro region Thursday, wounding 240 people and causing extensive damage. The defense minister of Israel blamed Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and said the military has been instructed and knows that in order to achieve all of its goals, this man absolutely should not continue to exist. Let me read you that quote again from the defense minister. The defense minister of Israel said the military has been instructed and knows that in order to achieve all of its goals, this man, the supreme leader, absolutely should not continue to exist. I mean, that's a pretty clear statement that Israel is going after the supreme leader. Unless he's unless he's lying or just doing it for, rhetorical effect. Israel, meanwhile, carried out strikes on Iran's Arak heavy water reactor, its latest attack on Iran's sprawling nuclear program. Iranian state TV says there was no radiation danger whatsoever and that the facility had been evacuated before the attack. I have a picture. I'll show you. Here. Let me pull this up on the screen for you. So this is from that AP article. It's a before and after of the Arak nuclear complex. So let's see. Okay, so that's the before. Where am I looking here? It must be on the left here, right? Isn't that it right there? So that's before, okay? See right there, that's before, right there. And here is after, if I'm doing this right. Whoa, that is after. It has holes in it. It's been missiles attacked it. I think there's other damage too here somewhere or other. Where is it? I'm pretty sure you see other damage. I can't find it. just is down here maybe? I can't find it. Anyways, again, that's before. That's the before. And that is the after. Oh, top right. One of our viewers said that's a precision strike. Oh, is it here? Is this the damage right there? Right there? Let's see. Hold on. No, it was like that before. Oh no. Maybe it's here? I don't know. Is that damaged? Right there? I can't tell. Anyways, the important thing was to show you the reactor. When that reactor was originally built, it was going to be producing plutonium as a side. In the process of the reactor running, because it's a heavy water reactor, it would produce plutonium. Plutonium can be used to make nuclear weapons, and that's why it was a controversial plant and controversial reactor. And in the 2015 nuclear agreement with Iran, Iran agreed to make some changes to the reactor. They agreed to redesign the reactor so that it wouldn't produce plutonium in the same way. I think maybe it would produce a lesser amount or a different type of plutonium. But I believe Israel claims that they never actually fully did that conversion. And Israel was definitely concerned that this reactor could in the future be used to help make nuclear weapons. So they have destroyed the reactor now. And actually, Israel put out a statement about it, and I'll read you the statement. They put it out today. After their attack. Oh, and they put out a video, a couple videos showing the attack itself. Yeah, the IDF says that reactor was created for one purpose, to build a nuclear bomb. They said. Let me show you their post on this. Show you in a second. Well, here is the video. Right here. That's the video they put out. Hold on, what? They show a number of angles of the I might be able to get a bigger version of this. Where's the one of the strike? Right here, look at this. See that? That's that central building there. See the round building? Let me try to get for you their other post about it. Yeah. So. Oh, here I have the footage right here. Here, is this it? No. No. But I have the announcement about it they made. They said that. They said Israel they said that they targeted the nuclear reactor in the area of Arak, including the structure of the reactor's core seal, which is a key component in plutonium production. Construction of the reactor began in 1997, said Israel, but was not completed due to international community intervention. The reactor was originally intended for the production of weapons-grade plutonium, says Israel, capable of enabling the development of nuclear weapons. In light of various agreements, in recent years, the Iranian regime advanced its conversion to produce low-grade plutonium, which is not suitable for nuclear weapons. However, the regime deliberately ordered not to complete the conversion that would have prevented its use for nuclear weapons in order to exert pressure on the West. The Israeli strike, they said, targeted the component intended for plutonium production in order to prevent the reactor from being restored and used for nuclear weapons development. That's what they said. That was their explanation. Hey, a couple quick thank yous. Sarah S. gave 50 people memberships. Oh my gosh, so many memberships. That's so generous of you, Sarah. Thank you. Make sure you thank Sarah or someone else if they give you memberships or a gift subscription. Thanks also to our new members, Savin Atlon and Jeff Log. Also, thank you, R. Lee. R. Lee says maybe Trump is waiting 2 weeks to give an uprising a chance. Thanks, Miss Debbie. She points out she believes that Trump has given. She points out that Trump has other times for other things said 2 weeks. Thanks, Catherine. Katie Cat, for your support. Thanks, Ashley and Dave, our new members. Ashley and Dave, Flameless Dragon. Thanks, Maga since 1492. Thanks, G. Scott Deary. Thanks, Ashley. She says, do you think sleeper cells are the biggest threat for the U.S.? I have no idea if there are Iranian sleeper cells in the U.S. People waiting to be activated to do something bad. But I will say that I have not heard a lot of discussion of sleeper cells in articles about how Iran could respond. So I don't know. But I have no information on it myself. The articles seem to focus on more Iran and Iranian allies attacking U.S. forces in the Middle East, or also maybe trying to shut down the Strait of Hormuz and affect world shipping and energy production and energy shipping. Thank you, The Gump from Australia, so much. Thank you to Scruff Herder, who thinks they're waiting for a aircraft carrier strike group to get there. Thanks, Tony Cossey. Thanks, Tony. Thank you, The Car Czar. Thanks, Music Muse and A to Z and The Driver's Lounge. And Zach P. Also, Sean F. That's very kind of you, Sean F. Sean thinks that China can't afford to support Iran. They have their eye on Taiwan. Sean thinks Russia was getting support from Iran, so it's unlikely to help Iran. Well, they were getting certain types of support from Iran, like drones. That doesn't mean they couldn't support Iran in other ways. Sean says, with what we've seen out of Russia, would it even be a help? I don't know if in Russia or China, I mean, for example, I have not heard any serious discussion of this happening. Obviously, one thing that would help Iran is to have more missile launchers. I don't know that Iran and China have missile launchers sitting around, or missiles. Also, it would of course be highly provocative to do that in any kind of detectable way. But I just wondered, all I said is, if they felt the regime were threatened, would they try to support it more? I don't know. Thank you also, Kerry Poteet for the gift memberships. Thank you. Katie Cakes, Tom B, Sarah S, Magazines 1492, Tanya's Busy. Thank you. Cordis Day, Jeff Log. Thank you. Oh, and on Twitch, a Fisher Girl. A Fisher Girl thinks Trump wants a definitive plan on how many bunker busters will be needed to be more certain of taking out the nuclear facility. There was some reporting claiming that Trump had doubts that it could work. I don't know if it's true. The Fordo nuclear complex. Thanks, Blunt Blowin 904 and Hyde Unleashed. One of our viewers said, have there been more missile attacks today? Well, aside from the attacks this morning that hit 3 targets in Israel, including 3 sites in Israel, including a hospital, I know there was one shortly after that. I believe there was one missile launch of some size. I think it was a small one. I don't know if there's been more than one since the one in the morning. I wasn't up. I slept, so I'm not sure if there were any then. Oopsie. I haven't seen more about that N12 news report claiming one of their reporters said Iran internet had partially been turned back on. So I don't know if that's the case. N12 News Asaf Rosenzweig says, report in Iran. Well, we talked about this already. Report in Iran, IDF attacks Imam Hussein University in Tehran again, which is affiliated with the Revolutionary Guards. Is that really happening? I'm not sure. There's been some reports about that. Did the Air Force post? The Israeli Air Force? No. I am doing a check here for more updates. Hold on a moment here. Canada will help fly its citizens home from Israel and Iran, says AP. The Canadian government says it will help its citizens in Israel and Iran to fly home once they reach neighboring countries. Canadian Foreign Minister Anita Anand says the government is extremely concerned about the quickly evolving conflict, and they are planning commercial options for Canadians in Israel, the West Bank, and Iran to leave the region via certain neighboring countries. Oh, this is interesting. AP reports Iranian missile strikes show Israel's aerial defense array is not ironclad. There were 3 direct hits this morning out of about 30 missiles. AP says the Israeli military warns their missile defense and rocket defense system is not foolproof, and while interception rates are generally high, enemy missiles can penetrate. Too many projectiles launched at once can overwhelm the system, which relies on a combination of technology and human decision-making to be effective. The Iron Dome is for short-range rockets. David's Sling, developed with the U.S., is for medium-range missiles, such as those from Lebanon. And the Arrow is a system developed with the U.S. designed to intercept long-range missiles, like the missiles Iran launched today. The Arrow, which operates outside the atmosphere, has also been used in the current war to intercept missiles from Yemen. Amra thinks that Iran always strikes at midnight. I don't know if they always strike at the same time. They've been doing more at night. But look, last night there were no strikes since there was over 7 hours. I think they launched something before midnight last night, and then they did like 7:30 a.m. It was pretty quiet. And then the one they did before midnight was small. And then they launched 30 when it was daylight. And we're expecting some big action from Israel too, remember, to respond to the Iranian missile attacks. It's one of these stories where just you don't know when stuff's going to happen, and stuff kind of just pops up out of nowhere. Now, I don't know if this is true. Amakai Stein mentioned that the site Iran International, which is they focus on Iran news. They're certainly no fans of the Iranian regime. He says they're saying that, where is it here? He's saying that Iran International was reporting strikes in an area of Tehran, Lavazan area, where Khamenei is reportedly hiding in a bunker. So that's a completely unconfirmed report. Remember, the Israeli defense minister said that the supreme leader can't be allowed to exist anymore. But at some point they could, try to attack him if they haven't already. That's certainly something to keep an eye on. Oh, Ellie Weaver said Saeed Azimi talked about the internet. I'm looking, I don't see it. When did he post about the internet? He said he was back on X, but I don't see that he said that the internet's been restored. He said back on X. I mean, so I know he said he was back on X, but I mean, maybe he's on X some other way. Maybe he's using Starlink or something, I'm not sure. But thanks, Ellie, for messaging me. What is this site somebody sent me? Somebody sent me this site. Oh. The Internet Outage and Detection Laboratory. Internet outage. This is at Georgia Tech. Okay. So it's at Georgia Tech, and it's a site called IODA that I was sent by, I feel like we've used this in the past, Cheryl Sutter. And it supposedly shows internet connectivity in Iran. It's weird, though, because on their graph, they have the internet connectivity going up a bunch like 12 hours ago. I haven't heard from NetBlocks that it's back, so I'm a little confused. I'm not sure about that. Thanks for sending the site. Well, I'm guessing NetBlocks will post something if there's a significant change with the internet there. Sorry, some people are sending me some things, so I like to kind of check up periodically on the messages I'm getting sent. But there's a lot of them, so I kind of take a second to go through. A couple of our viewers, like Bearded Sensei, claimed that that the Iranian military ordered an evacuation for one of the TV channels in Israel. I'll have to look that up. I'll say it again. It seems like what Iran does is when Israel orders an evacuation and then they blow something up in the evacuation area, it's like Iran then, to match them, orders their own evacuation. But Iran does not have the same ability to blow things up in Israel at will that Israel does. So it seems, in Iran, so it seems like more they're just doing it for, rhetorical effect. One of the viewers suggested propaganda. It seems like it's more of an empty threat at this point. Or maybe they'll fire a few missiles at it, Tyler Rogaway, he's the creator of the military news site, The War Zone, which is a very good site. He says, reality is every day that Israel does the work alone, the direct risk to the U.S. air crews and assets and personnel in the region goes down should the U.S. jump in with kinetic effects. Oh, there is still risk, it's war, so much is unforeseeable, but this is just the reality of waiting. He thinks waiting makes it safer for U.S. assets and crews there. He says every hour that passes, Iran's air defenses, which are still a threat, albeit a greatly diminished one, and arsenal degrades. Command and control is under increasing pressure, although there is risk of some recovery there with time if the pressure is let off. Big question is, where does Iran's short-range ballistic missile, one-way attack drone, and cruise missile capability sit? Has it been degraded substantially too? If not, that is what is the greatest risk to the region, not the medium-range, intermediate-range missiles we're seeing used against Israel, which are much harder to hide and disperse. What about Iran's Navy? That's interesting. So he says that he thinks the big question is their short-range missiles, their one-way attack drones, that these are things that they're not using against Israel right now, and cruise missile capability. These are things that maybe they could use against, for example, ships off the coast of Iran, for example. It's an interesting point. And maybe some things that like their allies could use against, for example, American forces or American bases. Interesting take. That's from Tyler Rogaway at aviation_intel. Makeup Professional thinks U.S. better avoid this war. Hey, thanks so much to, hold on a second here. One moment. Again, thanks again to Florian Meyer. I really appreciate your support, Florian Meyer. That's really kind of you. Also, Drive Mad. Drive Mad is watching from, where's that? Is it Czech Republic? Yes, the Czech Republic. Thanks for watching from there, Drive Mad. Thanks, Empire. Do I think Iran will attack today? Well, they've already fired some missiles. I don't know how many more they'll fire today. but they seem to fire some every once in a while. I'm guessing they'll try to fire some each day. Thanks, Maritime Nick. Clint Paraguay. Oh, thanks. I'll have to check out the story. Yeah, so our viewers have talked about flights, possible flights from China to Iran. Clint mentioned an article on Fox News with the headline, "Mystery Flights from China to Iran Raise Questions Amid Israel Conflict." What do they say? They say several Boeing 747s have been spotted on radar leaving China for Iran over a week. But aren't they planes that are supposed to be like cargo planes going past Iran? I feel like they've had like non-China, non-Iran destinations. Because you can't, when they're over Iranian airspace, they're no longer actively tracked. So Fox says, starting on June 14th, flight radar shows at least 5 flights traveled from China to Iran. I don't know if it does show that. And the Telegraph reported that the mystery transport planes had flown westward along northern China before eventually falling off the radar as they approached Iran. Exactly. Additionally, it said that the flights had a final destination of Luxembourg, yes, but they don't appear to have ever crossed into European airspace. Fair enough. Some experts have speculated these planes could be China aiding Iran. But Fox News says they have not independently confirmed the nature of the flights. Anyways, I'll post a link to the article if you want to read it. So again, they say a fellow with the Atlantic Council, Tuvia Gehring, who looks like a China specialist, says an aviation expert told him these are regular cargo flights by the Luxembourg-based freight company from several locations in China to Europe. Also, he says reviewing the flight history of these routes show they always land in Turkmenistan and do not continue into Iran. Anyways, he says they land there as a stop. Yeah, but these every time somebody has messaged me about a flight supposedly going from China into Iran, it's a cargo company. This Atlantic Council fellow, Tuvia Gehring, says a major European cargo company is highly unlikely to be the channel through which China transfers its super advanced top secret strategic weapons to Iran. I certainly understand where he's coming from. Well, I'll post the link to the Fox article, and I'll post the link to his post, Tuvia Gehring's post. And you guys can read up as much as you want. I do understand his view, though, that, like, is this really how China would be smuggling stuff into Iran? Using these, I guess it's a major cargo carrier in their planes on flight radar? Anyways, I posted the links in the chat. You can look at them yourself. But thanks to the viewer for sending the article, and I appreciate that. Clint Paraguay. Thanks, Clint. Thanks, Maga since 1492. Tennessee Tornado thinks Trump is waiting till after the NATO summit, which is next Tuesday and Wednesday. Maybe he'll leave the NATO summit early. Thanks, Maga since 1492 for your service, by the way. Thanks, Peppermint Tea. Ida, is China moving ships to the Persian Gulf? I have heard no stories out there about significant China ship movements, but I don't know. If I see one, I'll let you know. I have heard nothing about it. Thank you so much to Ida. Thank you, Sean F. from Canada. Sean thinks it's nearly impossible to get ground assets into Iran to aid them, not without air superiority, and that's not going to happen. Thank you, Gabe Asterd, who shouts out Sean Ranklin. Thank you, Pedro Enrique from, I think, Brazil. Pedro Enrique says stop. Well, he makes a Gaza comment. Thank you, Pedro, who says stop Israeli blockade. Thank you, Peplin Creek Aquatics and Haywood and Zach Hudson. Israel struck the Arak reactor in Iran this morning. Carabella. But Israel has been conducting strikes during the day today, from what I can understand. They don't make a big announcement about all their airstrikes. Sometimes they're just conducting them. And then eventually they'll talk some about what they've been up to. Thank you, our member Pete. Thank you, Linz Lazuli. Thanks, India. India comparison says, how many ballistic missile launchers could a large cargo plane carry? I don't know that China is... I've heard no reporting suggesting that China is using cargo planes to carry ballistic missile launchers using commercial cargo planes to carry ballistic missile launchers into Israel. I don't even know if that's even possible with a commercial cargo plane. I don't know that China would want to be seen doing it. I would think Israel and the U.S. could pretty clearly see if there were Chinese ballistic missile launchers, new ones being brought into Israel. So I don't know. I've heard no reporting suggesting they're doing that. Thank you, India comparison. But if I hear anything about it, I'll certainly let you know. Certainly Iran could use more ballistic missile launchers. That's true. I would think if Israel thought that China was flying ballistic missile launchers into Iran to use against Israel, Israel would say to China, don't do that or we're going to take down the planes. That's what I think. And then the planes have to land, and then they have to unload the launchers. I would think Israel would have eyes on any kind of plane coming into Iran at this point. I would think it'd be pretty hard to sneak a ballistic missile launcher into Iran by air without Israel knowing at this point. Thank you again. Thanks, Craig Chirag Artani. Thank you. Hevlush, thank you. Cats rule. Hevlush says, if Russia gave Iran S-400, then Iran is full protected and no one can stop Iran. I have heard no reporting suggesting that Russia has provided new defense air defense technology to Israel, and everything I see and hear suggests that Israel has pretty much complete control of the skies. Thank you, Star-Lord. Maritime Nick. All right, let's try to get some updates here. I understand the thought people have that China and Russia might want to help out Iran, but I am sure there are all sorts of practical and political constraints on what kind of aid that might be. Also, I would have to think, if you're Russia or China, why would you want to send a few like launchers or a few air defense systems to Israel to Iran, when that's going to just drive Israel and the US crazy? It won't have a strategic effect, and there's a decent chance they're just going to get taken out by Israel anyway. I mean, it would seem like if they want to help them, they'd want to do it in some really way that they thought would really change the course of things, not some kind of token, send a few things to just get destroyed. And Russia certainly doesn't want to just waste military resources. So I certainly think it's worth following and asking about their assistance, but I just don't think them sending a few launchers or missiles is realistic. And I don't claim to be an expert on these things, but that just seems logical. But I'll certainly let you know if I hear anything. Have seen some reports the last couple hours of possible Israeli airstrikes in Iran, but it's kind of murky. Oh, hold on a second here. One of our viewers had mentioned this. I think it was Deshark. Ynet News reports in Israel a grenade was thrown at the home of the Norwegian ambassador to Israel. There were no injuries, but property was damaged. They say the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs confirmed an explosion and said no one was injured. That's from Ynet. Just so you're aware of this back and forth, I'm not really going to comment on it, but just so you're aware of it, the Los Angeles Dodgers, about an hour ago, in the U.S. baseball team, said, this morning ICE agents came to Dodger Stadium and requested permission to access the parking lots. They were denied entry to the grounds by the organization. Tonight's game will be played as scheduled. Now ICE says false, we were never there. Well, they can't both be telling the truth. I don't know what happened. Anyways, I figured I'd just mention that. Oh, news, sorry. Also, News Breaking Live, who I follow, mentioned this KTLA story that over a dozen people were detained by ICE at a Hollywood Home Depot. What is this? Netanyahu says fall of Iran's leadership not a goal, but could be a result. I mean, the defense minister said today he can't be allowed to exist. But he's not Netanyahu. I'll mention that. Right? The defense minister said of Israel that where is it here? Where is it here? He said he cannot continue to exist. That seems pretty clear. Oops. Reuters says Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said today that the change or fall of Iran's leadership was not a goal of Israel's attacks, but could be a result. He said the matter of changing the regime or the fall of this regime, well, there's the regime and the supreme leader. You could take out the supreme leader. That's not the fall of the theocratic regime. He says the matter of changing the regime or the fall of this regime is first and foremost a matter for the Iranian people. There is no substitute for this. He says it's not a stated or formal goal that we have. He also said Israel had the power to remove all of Iran's nuclear facilities, whether President Trump decides to join in or not. There's some talk that, I mean, I've seen some experts say that Israel could try to go in on the ground and take out the Fordo plant with a commando action. Sloth on Stim says, if that's true, why don't they just do it? Well, I think a commando action might be more risky and pose danger to the Israeli forces, first of all, than having the U.S. bomb it. Also, I don't know. Maybe there's more of a risk it might not work. I'm not sure. Military analysts believe Israel might need the help of the U.S. military bunker-busting bombs to destroy the Fordo fuel enrichment plant, the crown jewel of Iran's nuclear program, buried beneath a mountain near the city of Qom, says Reuters. Asked whether Fordo could be addressed with or without the Americans, Netanyahu said, "We have the power to remove all of our targets, all their nuclear facilities, but the president's decision whether he wants to join or not is his decision." Yeah, I've seen a few of these reports online. I'm not really making much of them right now. There's a few unconfirmed reports that said tonight Israel may have launched some strikes in part of Tehran where it's thought that the supreme leader might be hiding. I don't have any kind of reliable information that he has been targeted tonight, so I'll let you know if I do. I mean, I would characterize this as like a rumor right now. None of the accounts that I follow, from Israeli accounts, Iranian accounts, Middle Eastern accounts, news accounts, are saying they're hearing anything reliable that he has been targeted tonight. So if that changes, I'll let you know. See, what happens now is there's a bunch of these accounts that a lot of times post these claims, and they post it with no sourcing of it, and they're just constantly posting these big claims. Now, sometimes they might turn out right, but then it seems kind of like just luck because there's no sourcing to them. And we have certainly had cases during the last week where all these people would make these claims. Remember, like 3 nights ago, everybody was saying Fordo had been attacked. Remember that? All these people online were quoting each other and saying Fordo's been attacked. Fordo's been attacked. Look at the big fire on the video. Fordo's been attacked. It wasn't attacked at all. Remember, that happened for, I think it was long, it was probably over an hour that people were repeating each other, talking about how Fordo had been attacked. So, you know. Hey, thanks to Cody Futures. Thanks to Julio Woods from Las Vegas. Thanks to KC Steve for all your support. Really appreciate it, KC Steve. Moccasins 1492. Dossman. Ad. Usagi Akimbo. Usagi thinks... I think Usagi thinks China is sneaking solid rocket fuel into Iran. I have no idea if they would be. I don't know. Thank you, Usagi. Sean Whipple, thank you. Ed Weeby. John Oliver, Firejack. Baron. X-Tin Man. Drive Mad, C.G. Brostrom. Linz Lazuli. Kevin Cash from the Falkland Islands. Kevin's watching from the Falkland Islands. Hey, also, I want to shout out our moderators, too. Thanks so much to our moderators who are here. I really appreciate it. Beth Mythical is moderating. Thank you, Beth. Ruth Krafasi is moderating. Thank you, Ruth. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, I got that fire. Mark HNC, Matthew Co, High 3, and Surly Dev. On Facebook, Margaret Riley. Kay Lowry Body, thanks for modding over there. Paul Anderson. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Thanks also to Rita Evans Langs for subscribing on Facebook. Robert Rial II, Aaron Van S. Charlotte Webb's modding too. Thanks, Charlotte. All of our other all of our other subscribers over there. Sharon, Klaas, and Goslin. I see a report. I see a report. Oh, I just saw a report from state media in Iran that air defense is operating in west of Tehran. Air defense operating in west of Tehran. I don't know if that translation is right. It could be western Tehran. I don't know if it's west of or western Tehran. But they just posted that on Mayor News Agency, which is state media. Just so people know, the neighborhood some people online claim that the supreme leader is hiding in is in eastern Tehran, not western. Amakai Stein, who's a reporter in Israel, reported that a senior Revolutionary Guard official in Iran claims that before the Israeli airstrikes, we transferred all the enriched uranium from the nuclear sites to secret hiding locations. That is a big question. All this enriched uranium that Iran already has, that in theory could be used to help make multiple bombs, where is it? We don't know where it is. Now, maybe the U.S. and Israel knows where it is. But if Iran were to get through this with that stuff still intact, that would certainly make it easier for them to build a nuclear weapon. If you missed it, President Trump has announced he is going to decide whether in the next 2 weeks whether to join the war. Hang on a moment here. Here is the exact quote from the White House. President Trump said,
in Iran. I know there has
President Trump said, based on the fact there is a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks. Limey thinks it could happen tonight. Sean thinks President Trump is trolling. Pete thinks it's a decoy statement. So I haven't heard this from anyone else. A viewer just sent me this. Thanks to the viewer for sending it to me. Brian Reed sent this to me. Thanks, Brian. So the British news outlet The Guardian is claiming, they are claiming that President Trump was told that to completely destroy the Fordo nuclear complex, it would likely require the U.S. to first soften the ground with conventional bombs and then ultimately drop a tactical nuclear weapon. Again, this is only from The Guardian. I have not heard this report anywhere else. I have not heard a peep about this anywhere else. So I have no good evidence that this is true. But The Guardian claims that, they also say Trump is not considering using a tactical nuclear weapon. And they say the possibility was not presented by the defense secretary or the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Now, there has been reporting suggesting that Trump isn't sure that it would work, the bunker buster bombs. The Guardian says that defense officials were told that conventional bombs, even bunker busters, would collapse tunnels and bury the complex, but not destroy it, I guess. Anyways. And just to be clear on what the story said, it said that the claim is that 2 defense officials were briefed that perhaps only a tactical nuclear weapon could be capable of destroying Fordo. And again, for whatever it's worth, the article says Trump is not considering doing that. I can't say that that's the assessment. I don't know. But I haven't seen anyone else. Although I will say this. We talked about this. The Economist had an article yesterday which said that depending on the kind of concrete used at Fordo, it could be quite difficult to destroy it with bunker busters. Because it said that there are certain types of concrete that are would be more resistant to a bunker buster. And they said that Iran has made advances in ultra high performance concrete. The Economist said the bunker buster bombs the U.S. has, the biggest, the big one, the MOP big one that they would consider using on this, that people have talked about, it can go through around 200 feet of standard concrete, but that drops to 8 meters for concrete of double the strength. And they say that Iran has advanced considerably in recent years in the field of ultra high performance concrete, which is about 6 times the strength of standard concrete. They say just how strong and thick the Iranian concrete is and how much America's bomb has been upgraded may make the difference between success and failure. Maybe President Trump is unsure if it would work. I don't know. No, the bunker buster bombs are not nuclear. You know what now is going to happen? Now we're going to have 2 weeks more of all of these unconfirmed reports every day about how he's going to do it or not do it. It's just going to be constant. Sources say he's decided to do it. Sources say he's leaning towards not doing it. That's going to be weeks of this. But within 2 weeks doesn't mean he'll take 2 weeks. Maybe there'll be some kind of big change in the conflict within 2 weeks. I don't know. Thank you, Chuck Mosca, our subscriber on Facebook. The narrow way says psychological warfare. But seriously, I mean, there's no guarantee that the whole Israel-Iran situation will stay the same for 2 weeks. I'm gonna say this again because people keep messaging about it. There's a bunch of accounts online that are claiming that Israel attacked an area where the supreme leader is thought to be hiding. There is not reliable information on this. I have not seen any account I would consider reliable and well-sourced say that Israel has targeted the supreme leader tonight. If I do, I will certainly let you know. And I would remind you of a few days ago when everybody online was repeating everybody else that Fordo had been attacked, and it turned out it wasn't attacked. Oh, Facebook is having an issue. Facebook has been awful lately. It's really been bad lately. They've had all kinds of issues. I think we're back on Facebook. But they really have all kinds of issues over there. By the way, thank you so much to Jan Booz. Greets from the Netherlands. Hey, thanks, Greets from the Netherlands. Thanks to Dylan Swiatek. Dylan, I didn't see that report you claimed. I'm looking at that right now. I don't see it. Do you think maybe they said it yesterday before Trump made a statement about 2 weeks? Because I'm looking at it right now. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you, the Karzar. Karzar thinks the U.S. has been refueling Israeli planes. Again, that would mean the U.S. is lying about its involvement in the conflict. So I don't have been. I'm not there in the sky, but that would be a big difference than what the U.S. is saying it's doing. Thank you, Christina, Matthew, Michael, Strange World, I think from South Africa, who says conflict could reach silent neighbors next. Thanks for watching from South Africa. Kevin Cash, are the British sending a carrier group? I don't know. I don't believe the British have committed to be involved in this in any sort of way. There are some articles in the UK press. The Times, for example, said Britain is weighing up whether to provide the U.S. with military support if President Trump decides to join the war effort. So there's discussion of this, but I'm not aware that they've committed anything. I mean, there might be ships from the UK there anyway, but they certainly have not committed to being involved in the conflict from what I've heard. Thanks so much to Kevin Cash and Laboon for the memberships. Thanks, Julie S. I'm not sure they'll get involved. I mean, you might think if President... There's different schools of thought. So I think the majority of our viewers think we will. Someone might say, though, well, why hasn't he done it already? Why is he saying 2 weeks? Thanks, Kyle Key. I don't know. It's a big deal if they do. Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Peter Messier. Random Frog watching YT, thank you. Jenna T, thank you. Crypto King, thanks for shouting out the mods. Zero Fox, Smile Wheeler, Powerhouse Sked 77, thank you. DBJ, thank you. DBJ thinks the next 2 weeks will be used to sell the war to the American people and ramp up support. Thanks, Robert Lewis in Derry City, Northern Ireland. Laura Melinik, thank you. Dylan, I'll look for it. Thank you, Dylan Swiatek. And Van Diecase Games. The Jerusalem Post mentioned the claims that others were making on social media. Well, no, they said Tehran's air defense is activated on Thursday night due to Israeli airstrike operations, Iranian state media reported. True. We heard they definitely said there was air defense. The Jerusalem Post said Footage shared on social media, particularly by anti-regime social media, such as the London-based dissident Iran International, appeared to show smoke rising in Tehran's Lavizan neighborhood. Lavizan is believed to be the area where Iranian Supreme Leader Khamenei is hiding. They mentioned it. Again, I've heard no reliable source claim that Israel targeted him tonight. Oh, I guess there's some clarification on this Dodger Stadium story. So the Dodgers said this morning ICE agents came to Dodger Stadium and requested permission to access the parking lots. They were denied entry to the grounds by the organization. Tonight's game will be played as scheduled. Homeland Security said this had nothing to do with the Dodgers. Customs and Border Patrol vehicles were in the stadium parking lot very briefly, unrelated to any operation or enforcement. Again, I'll let you go read more about that if you want to. I'm just checking some different sources here. Hey, thanks so much to, that's really kind of you. The Karzar, wow, that's very generous of you. The Karzar claims that the U.S. has soldiers in Israel. Well, yes, the Karzar says the U.S. is assisting with missile defense for the past 6 days. So he says there are soldiers in Israel. Now, it's a good question. He is definitely correct that the U.S. is assisting with missile defense. I don't know the breakdown of, I believe they're definitely doing it with Navy ships, but maybe I believe there are American missile defense batteries like Patriot batteries in Israel. And so would those be operated by U.S. forces? I would have to look it up. Karzar, that's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, in January, Axios had a story that the U.S. sent about 90 Patriot air defense interceptors. Oh, wait, is that Ukraine or Israel? I'm looking for Israel. No, it says Ukraine. Ukraine, sorry. I don't know what the current Israel... the U.S. is definitely helping shoot down missiles in Israel. I don't know exactly what resources they are using to do so at the moment. Cars are, Sunny Blue says the THAAD system. I believe they're using some ships. I see a mention of Patriot and THAAD systems, naval assets, and maybe fighter jets too. Maybe fighter jets too. Oh, I have something about it. I have it right here. I have it right here. I have it right in front of me. Look, it says it right here. U.S. helps Israel shoot down barrage of Iranian missiles, from AP. The U.S. has both ground-based Patriot missile defense systems and terminal high-altitude air defense systems in the Middle East capable of intercepting ballistic missiles. Also, they say a Navy destroyer in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea shot down Iranian missiles heading towards Israel last week. I don't know exactly where all that stuff is located. Thank you again. The cars are very kind of you. Yes, Michelangelo says 2 weeks is near 4th of July, around July 3rd. Thanks, Jenna T., our new member. Thanks, Berenico, our member. Manuel S. I'll have to look into it, Manuel. Thank you. Bills W says, why not lend lease the B-2 and bunker buster bombs? I'm not an expert on this, but everything I've read suggested that those would need to be operated by U.S. crews. Why you're saying we've gotten this question. Why not just let Israelis have the bombs and have the planes and use it themselves? Well, I mean, first of all, I think there's only 19 B-2 bombers. So, here's just a couple thoughts off the top of my head. With such sensitive equipment, B-2 bombers and bombs that have never been used in combat before, you might not want to have another country's personnel using them. Secondly, I know viewers have brought up the question of security. With something so sensitive, do you really want to have it operated by a foreign country? And third, I would argue that U.S. troops train with this stuff. So anyways, I don't know which of those are actually the case. It's maybe some combination. They all make sense to me. But I have not seen any kind of discussion, serious discussion anywhere, that the U.S. would consider having foreign personnel operate those assets. So I understand the question, I'm addressing it because it comes up a bunch. But just to let you know, it's not. I don't see anything suggesting it's even considered. But oh my gosh, it's just crazy with the people in the chat just declaring that the IDF has hit the Supreme Leader's hiding place. Just people just declaring it one after the other in the chat. Based on, I guess, random social media accounts that aren't news organizations. A lot of them probably just repeating each other. As I've said, if I hear it from any kind of reliable source, I'll certainly let you know. I'm sure a lot of different news outlets and journalists would love to report it if they had any kind of good information on it. Now, I hope you're not using the same sources that told you that Israel was bombing Fordo 3 days ago, right? I assume that when all these online accounts were screaming that Israel had bombed Fordo 3 days ago, and you were posting it in the chat, then when you realized it was false, you said, wow, I better not listen to those accounts anymore. So I'm just going to assume you're not listening to the same accounts, right? It's different accounts? Because you wouldn't just listen to the same account that was shown a few days ago to be completely unreliable. I'm sure you wouldn't be doing that. New IDF warning. New IDF evacuation warning. Breaking news. New IDF evacuation warning. Here it is. New IDF evacuation warning. Urgent warning to all people located in the red area of the map in Sefidrud Industrial Park in the village of Kalash Talishan. We will soon be operating in this area. We ask that you leave the designated area on the map as soon as possible. New warning. I have to look this up on a map. It's there. Let's see. This is in Sefidrud. New warning. Evacuation warning. Sefidrud Industrial Park in Kalash Talishan. It means they're going to blow something up there. That's what they do. They issue these warnings, then they destroy something. It's like what they did last night with the that's how they announced they had everybody evacuate from around the nuclear plant. The nuclear reactor. All right, so this is, I'm going to show you where this is. Well, that didn't work too well. I looked up Sefidrud Industrial Park on Google Maps. I didn't get very far. There's a Sefidrud Dam. Okay. I see Kalash Tar. Hang on, everyone. Just hang on a moment. Thanks for your patience. Kalash Talishan. I found there's a Kolesh Talishan. Is that it? I found it. I found it. Okay, I found the location. I have found the location they're talking about. Hang on, I'm going to show you on the map. Why is this happening? What did I just do here? What happened here? Okay. Sorry, folks. Okay, let's find this thing. Let's find this thing here. All right, so we're talking about northwestern Iran. Here's Iran. We're talking about up there in the north. There's Tehran, northern Iran, Talishan. And then if you go zoom in here, it says Sefidrud Industrial Town. Sefidrud Industrial Town. And the evacuation notice says it's here. Right here. Right there somewhere. In Sefidrud Industrial Town. Can we find this here? It's right in here. Which street is it? Which block? It's the first big street here. I mean, it's roughly here and here. It's roughly here. I don't know what's here that they're attacking. Maybe somebody online knows. That's the area right in here. Where is it? Now, it's near the city of Rasht, it looks like. But I don't know what's there. I'm guessing it's not the furniture factory, but something's there. Let me look online and see if people know. There might be people online who know what this is about. Anyways, they just issued an evacuation order. That was 5 minutes ago. Oh, hey, good call. Good call by Intel Doge, maybe. Intel Doge says, King's College London released an article in 2015 detailing how a carbon fiber production plant was opened here. He thinks that's what they're targeting, a carbon fiber production plant. Interesting. I mean, I would assume that if they're attacking that, there's some sort of important use for it in their nuclear program. Hold on a second here. I'm just looking at an article talking about various ways carbon fiber could be used for a nuclear weapons program. And weapons program. Yeah, so anyways. Missiles, it talks about using them for missiles, for example. Anyways, so I'm not an expert on that, though. Now, I do wonder why they issued the evacuation warning for there. Well, I guess maybe they issued it for there because it's a populated area, right? Again, I'll show it on the map, but my guess is that because it's, I mean, there's a city there. Oh, hold up, but it doesn't say you have to evacuate the city. It says you have to evacuate. No, the evacuation is just for right in the area here. So it's like a few blocks, it looks like. That's the red area. But I guess they don't, maybe they think people might be working in the area, or looks like a pretty industrial location. They don't issue that many of these evacuation warnings, so. Yeah, they after a couple hours after issuing the evacuation last night, they attacked the Arak nuclear reactor. Anyways, yeah, there's different businesses in the area. Again, Intel Doge thinks they're going to attack a carbon fiber plant. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. I wonder if part of it also is psychological, to be regularly issuing these evacuation warnings and destroying these facilities. Oh, interesting. This is very interesting from Shayan Sardizadeh, who's with BBC. He says there has been a sharp fall in the number of videos recorded by Iranians and posted to social media documenting Israeli strikes around the country today due to a near total internet shutdown being imposed by the authorities. The nationwide internet outage has made it difficult for civilians to see evacuation orders on social media before incoming strikes. It's also made it near impossible for Iranians outside of Iran to contact their families and friends inside Iran to inquire about their safety and well-being. So, I know a number of you have been talking about this, the fact that it would be harder to warn people if the internet isn't working. Also, certainly seems like it's making it harder for the outside world to tell, where is Israel striking and what's going on there. But he says a sharp fall in the number of videos recorded by Iranians posted to social media documenting Israeli strikes since this internet outage came into play. There have not been any missile launches from Iran since we've been on the air today. We'll see what happens with that. Shout out, by the way, to our Twitch subscribers. I want to shout them out. People like Matthew Kohai 3, J Frank G, Graybeard Games, Afro Man, Piecemeal Spark 4. Thanks also for the support on Twitch, Bad Toastery and Luddington 71. Thanks Jax Hack for subscribing, Beautiful Profanity, Mahjong Lady, Zuli Teak, Zuli Teak believes that the last Iranian missile launch was around 9 a.m. Is that true? My Florida 22, thanks for subscribing. Luddington 71, Lil Pinkus, thanks for subscribing. Also, thank you to Beefy McWhatnow for the membership. Michael Burmester for the membership. Thank you. Senior for being a member. One of our viewers, Alex Dubois, says, how do Iranian citizens know about evacuations with no internet? I'm guessing they were doing things like texting them and calling them. Who knows what else? Text should still work, though. And phones. Thanks, McLean33, who asked about how they can be aware of the evacuation order, too. Thank you, David Martin, Michael Burmester, Jay Murphy, Honest Brothers Studios. Michael Burmester again for the gift membership. Thank you. Thanks, Bland's Tough 2000. Bland's Tough, thank you. PZ Papa Zulu, AMH, AV Applegate, thank you. Jenna T. Lidwine Elizabeth. Thank you. Wonton 8888, who says U.S. soldiers always operate THAADs. They don't hand those over. Thank you also, Fast Moves 45, Kerry Poteet. Barry M. Do I think it will take 2 weeks? I don't know. I could certainly see him not taking 2 weeks to decide. I'll say that. But I don't know. It's me, Kyle. Thank you. And Florida Beach, and Beefy M, and Michael Burmester for the gift memberships. Thank you. Parker, our viewer, thinks he will take 1 day. I'm just checking here. For updates. Yeah, there's definitely way less stuff the last couple days coming out of Iran. Quick thanks also so much to Kim and Dean from Sedona, Arizona. Thank you so much, Kim and Dean. That's very nice of you. Ariel Oserin, good for him. He's with I-24. He says, so Ariel Oserin, a little while ago tonight, who's an Israeli reporter, had posted a large explosion rocks the Lavazan area in Tehran, home to high-level Iranian officials, and reportedly where the supreme leader is hiding. And then he just posted, I deleted a post with a video of a strike on Tehran as it was 2 days old. I think I've seen other people post that video too. I'll post the link for you in the chat. Dripped Out Outlaw says, yup, old video. No, I like when people do correct. Sometimes people never correct. Some people never correct things. So I like when people correct things. There's no shame in correcting things. Oh, also, I missed this from Jackie Heinrich. Thank you, Cheryl Sutter, for letting me know that she posted about this. So I had mentioned, a viewer had sent me an article from The Guardian, where The Guardian claimed that some defense officials had been briefed that if you really wanted to destroy the nuclear plant at Fordo, you would need a tactical nuclear weapon and not just bunker busters. As I mentioned to you, I'd only see that in The Guardian, hadn't seen it anywhere else. Jackie Heinrich from Fox News said, a White House official tells me the contents of this report are false, that the U.S. military has no doubt about the efficacy of bunker busters in eliminating the site at Fordo, also denying that any options, including tactical nukes, have been taken off the table. And I wouldn't read too much into that. It's very standard government talk to say, we're not taking anything off the table. You should not read into them saying, we're not taking anything off the table, to mean that they're seriously considering using a tactical nuclear weapon. It's just standard to say we're not taking anything off the table. Thank you, Cheryl. Hamilton Holmes says, I was DIV RD for years, worked at Fort Sill training people. Thanks for your service. He says, we ran IDF and others through those pieces of equipment. Patriots and THAAD aren't that tough to work, so they may be operated by IDF. That's what Hamilton Holmes said. Thanks, Hamilton, for writing in. Thanks again for your service. Someone sent me the video that supposedly, yeah, exactly. Someone sent me a video that somebody else posted on X, and the person on X claimed that that Israel had tried to assassinate the Supreme Leader tonight, and had a video in the post with it. But I already know that video is old, because a reporter who posted it already said, "Oh, I'm deleting my post because it's an old video." So that would seem like an unreliable source. John Auger says 2 weeks may be how long it takes to get the other carrier group in position. A number of our viewers say Trump thinks Trump is waiting for a carrier group to get in position. Thank you for writing in. It is 12:51 a.m. Israel time right now. Fars News Iran says a few minutes ago, air defense began operating in the central and eastern part of Tehran. At the same time, 3 explosions were heard from East Tehran. Okay, I'm going to post that from Fars News. So again, Fars state media, Iran state media Fars, they say again, a few minutes ago, air defense began operating in the central and eastern parts of Tehran. At the same time, 3 explosions were heard from East Tehran. For whatever that's worth. I mean, these kind of reports are not so rare, but I just figured I'd pass that along. They just posted it. It's kind of specific with the 3 explosions mentioned. They also say additional news will be announced later. I don't know what that means. But that's what they just said. Then what else are people talking about? What is this? Some people are saying there was some earthquake. Iran is very seismically active, by the way. They regularly have earthquakes. Yes, there is a 4.2 earthquake in Iran that happened, looks like a couple hours ago. I think it was a couple hours ago. In northeastern Iran, a 4.2 here. It said UTC 19, which would be, I believe, about 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I have not heard any kind of experts I follow suggest that that earthquake is anything other than a regular earthquake. If I do, I will let you know. Hey, a quick thanks to Nelda Davis. Hey, that's so nice of you, Nelda Davis. Thanks for your support, Nelda. And Web It by Design. Thanks, Web It by Design. Very kind of you. Thanks for the support. Thanks, Spin City DJs and Christopher Breland. Thanks, Christopher. I looked at that post. It seems like that post was about some bomb in development, I believe. It's a B-61 is a nuclear bomb. The bomb that is widely discussed, the bunker buster, is the U.S. bunker buster is the GBU-57ABMOP. That's the one the various articles and experts I see say is the one that would be dropped on Fordo, which has never been used in combat. Thank you so much, Christopher Breland. Also, Joe K. Joe thinks Israel needs help with defense and interceptors, and the U.S. is on standby. Thank you, Beefy McWhatNow, and Beefy McWhatNow thinks Trump will actually not involve the U.S. in the war. He thinks he knows his base and what we want. Thank you, Beefy. Thank you, John Richardson, Aleph Tav, TK, Robin Sehi, I Love Reading, Dave Hoffner for the gift membership. Did I thank Florida Beach and Senior? I think so. Chase Nichter, thanks for being a member. Shout out to our YouTube members, by the way. People like Owl Hippie, Jen's Crunchy Vax, Captain Obvious, Terry Rose. Thanks for being members over there. Robert Lawrence, Say My Name, Lola P, Oil Medic, Sevenfold, Air Fryer, Joseph Quinones, DC Primetime, Ed Weeby, Jim Sween. Some more of them there too. Hold on. Lexa Fulmer, Hash or Mash, Miss Curvy, Chucky Plague, Say My Name, LM May, Sat X83, Pierre Dubois, Ann Chappie. Thank you, YouTube members. DC Primetime, Stormnut, Belfast Stargazer, 2K Red Eyes, S. Draylon, In and Out of the Abyss, Hara Banar, Ian Dixon. Thank you, members. I Need Some Skooma, Naomi Nocturnal, B. Earhot, Cat, Casey Veteran, Music Muse, Patrick Malone, Christy Warshower, Steam 2023. Appreciate all of our members. Also, Danny Morales. Thank you, Danny. And Mid-Hudson Security Consultants, LLC. He says, either we are fighting or we are not. He says, this one giving 24 hours, that one giving 48 hours, that one giving 2 weeks now. Thanks, Michael Barnett, our member as well. Hugo Lowell, who's with The Guardian, says the ex-deputy director of the DTRA, the agency that helped develop and test the bunker busters, said on the record it would not destroy Fordo. I'm seeing a bunch of articles talking about whether the bunker buster would destroy Fordo. Destroy as opposed to, say, collapse the entrances and do damage. Thanks, Joe K, for the memberships. Thank you, Joe K. That's really nice of you. Thanks, Joe. Trying to keep you updated with the latest. Well, we should talk about this. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. There's an article in the Washington Post. U.S. bases that could attack Iran and become targets, it says. They say tens of thousands of U.S. troops, tens of thousands are stationed in the Middle East. Al-Assad Air Base in Iraq is jointly operated by U.S. and Iraqi forces. It houses thousands of American troops, the largest U.S. deployment in Iraq. Iran and its proxies have in recent years attacked it repeatedly. After the Soleimani assassination by the U.S., Tehran fired 16 missiles at bases hosting U.S. forces in Iraq. 11 landed at Al-Assad. Okay. Major U.S. military deployments in the Persian Gulf include Naval Support Activity Bahrain, headquarters of the 5th U.S. Fleet, and home to some 8,300 American sailors. Also, the Qatari-owned Al Udeid Air Base, which boasts the largest U.S. contingent in the Middle East. Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar is a forward command post for U.S. Central Command and can house more than 10,000 troops. Iranian officials warned the Qataris this week that U.S. bases in the Gulf would be legitimate targets in retaliation for an American attack, they report. U.S. embassies and diplomatic compounds in the region could also become targets, says the Post. A short while ago, again, Iran's Fars News said that there were 3 explosions in eastern Tehran and air defense was operating in Tehran. If I get any update about that, I will certainly let you know. Shout out to Miss Curvy. Thanks so much, Miss Curvy. That's really nice of you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks also Multicorker, and shouting out the mods. Thanks Multicorker. Thank you. Also Knox Spectre and Michael Burmester. Thanks for another gift membership, Michael. We should talk about the son of the former monarch of Iran, the son of the Shah. We never talk about him, and it gets mentioned. Let me see if I can just find something I can show you about him. So this is, because people bring this up, Reza Pahlavi, Crown Prince of Iran. There he is. That's Wikipedia. He is the eldest son of the last Shah of Iran, the last Shah of the 53-year-old Pahlavi dynasty in Iran. So he was a monarch. That's before the Iranian Revolution in 1979. He is a prominent critic of Iran's current government. He participates in the Iranian democracy movement. So I see him mentioned a bunch recently, and some of our viewers bring him up. Oh, there's an article here from Reuters. Iran's divided opposition senses its moment, but activists remain wary of protests. Iran's fragmented opposition groups think their moment may be close at hand, but activists involved in previous bouts of protest say they are unwilling to unleash mass unrest, even against a system they hate, with their nation under attack. Exiled opponents of the Islamic Republic, themselves deeply divided, are urging street protests. In the borderlands, Kurdish and Balaki separatist groups look poised to rise up, with Israeli strikes pummeling Iran's security apparatus. While the Islamic Republic looks weaker than at nearly any point since soon after the 1979 revolution, any direct challenge to its 46-year rule would likely require some form of popular uprising. Whether such an uprising is likely or imminent, close, is a matter of debate. Interesting. The late Shah of Iran's son. The Shah was the ruler, the last ruler before the Iranian Revolution. The late Shah's son, U.S.-based Reza Pahlavi, said in media interviews this week he wants to lead a political transition, proclaiming it the best chance to topple the Islamic Republic in 4 decades and saying, "This is our moment in history." Reuters says triggering regime change is certainly one goal for Israel, with Prime Minister Netanyahu addressing Iranians to say, "We are also clearing the path for you to achieve your freedom." Within a ruling system long adept at quashing public displays of dissent, there are signs it is readying for protests. For example, a member of a local militia that's often deployed against protesters said his unit had been put on alert to root out Israeli spies and protect the Islamic Republic. While the strikes have targeted a security hierarchy that crushed previous bouts of protest, they have also caused great fear and disruption for ordinary people and anger at both Iranian authorities and Israel. One activist, one prominent Iranian activist, who now is no longer in Iran, Atina Dami, said, "How are people supposed to pour into the streets? In such horrifying circumstances, people are solely focused on saving themselves, their families, their compatriots, and even their pets." So she is suggesting that maybe you shouldn't expect protests while this active combat is going on. Two other activists Reuters spoke to in Iran said they had no plans to demonstrate yet. One of them said, "After the strikes end, we will raise our voices because this regime is responsible for the war." Another activist who Reuters spoke to in Iran dismissed calls from abroad for protests, saying Israel and those so-called opposition leaders abroad only think about their own benefits. Interesting. How far opposition groups outside Iran enjoy any support inside the country is uncertain. While there is a fond nostalgia among some Iranians for the period before the revolution, it is an era that most are too young to remember. Reuters also says within Iran, the successive rounds of national protests in recent years have also focused around differing issues. In 2009, demonstrators flooded the streets over what they saw as a stolen presidential election. In 2017, protests focused on failing living standards. And in 2022, women's rights were the trigger. For opponents of the Islamic Republic inside Iran, those unanswered questions of whether or when to stage protests, what agenda to pursue, or which leader to follow are only likely to grow more pressing as Israel's airstrikes continue. That's an interesting article from Reuters there. If people want to challenge the regime, they have to decide how to do it. Yeah, Yeet P says it was quiet like this yesterday until it wasn't. This is what happens, with this story, where kind of goes along and stuff happens, then you don't hear something, and then you do, and you just don't know when things are going to happen. Now, Bunny Rabbit has an interesting point, our viewer. Bunny Rabbit says without internet, no way to organize protests. Would certainly make it harder. And no internet means no messaging apps. Thanks, Kate Kavanaugh, our new member. Michael Burmester, another membership. So nice of you, Michael. Thank you. Thanks, Trudy, for being a member. Joe H. says, we wait. Our viewer, Elizar, mentioned a report that claimed that an Iranian official claimed that Iran was now hiding all of its enriched uranium. I don't know if that's true. We talked about that report earlier. But that certainly is a big question. Where is the enriched uranium they have? Where is it? Good warning from Joe Trusman. I follow Joe. Let me show you what Joe just posted. He's an expert on the Middle East. Joe says, at Joe Trusman, a friendly warning to check videos emerging from Iran. As I previously posted, Iranian internet users are experiencing little to no internet service. Thus, old footage shared on social media is becoming more apparent. One of our viewers said, our viewer Chris114 said, if any revolution is going to happen, bombs will need to stop falling first. Oh, Reuters now has an article about the cluster bomb bearing missile. I want to talk about that. Oh, we got a new video here too. I'm going to show you that. Hang on. I'm going to show you a video in a second. This is from Reuters here. They have an article here. Iran strikes Israeli hospital. We were covering that this morning. Trump to decide on U.S. role in conflict within 2 weeks. We talked about that. They say there is no sign yet of an exit strategy from either side in this conflict. The White House said President Trump said he will make a decision within the next 2 weeks whether to be involved. They say that might not be a firm deadline, as Trump has commonly used 2 weeks as a time frame for making decisions. Could be longer than 2 weeks. Let me show you this video from Reuters that goes with that article. I think it's a summary of kind of what's going on. Yeah, let's check out this video from Reuters. The audio might only play in your left ear, so be aware of that. All right, here's this. We're going to check this out right now. But again, beware. The audio might only play in your left ear, so be ready for that.
Israel bombed nuclear targets in Iran on Thursday, and Iranian missiles hit an Israeli hospital overnight as the week-old air war continued to escalate. US President Donald Trump, meanwhile, has kept the world guessing about whether Israel's superpower ally would join it in airstrikes. Trump has veered from proposing a swift diplomatic end to the war to suggesting the United States might join it. The Israeli military released a graphic as well as video footage it said shows an aerial strike on the Kondab nuclear site in the central city of Iraq. It also said it had struck Iran's Natanz and Isfahan nuclear sites and the Bushehr nuclear power plant, though a spokesperson later retracted the last claim. Any attack on the Bushehr plant near Arab neighbours and housing Russian technicians is viewed as risking nuclear disaster. On Monday, Israel struck Iran's state TV headquarters. On Thursday, the building was a severely damaged shell in the aftermath. Video footage from inside Iran is hard to come by, with the internet almost completely shut down. The public has also been banned from filming, with the authorities citing a risk of espionage. Iran has stopped giving updates on the death toll and airing widespread images of destruction, apparently seeking to prevent panic. Israeli, Western and regional officials say Israel's campaign seeks to shatter the foundations of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei's government and leave it near collapse. In southern Israel, black smoke billowed from Soroka Medical University Center. The Director General of the hospital told reporters a missile strike had destroyed several wards and wounded 40 people, mostly staff and patients. Iran's Revolutionary Guards said they were targeting Israeli military and intelligence headquarters located near the hospital. Speaking at the hospital site, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Tehran's tyrants would pay the full price. Missiles also hit a residential building in the east of Tel Aviv. Israel bombed nuclear.
It was interesting. So you heard in that report from Reuters, they said that the regime has banned people from filming. You're not allowed to film stuff in Iran, and also I guess publicly, and also you're not allowed to, they said that the regime, that the media there has stopped posting images of destruction in Iran. So, you know, that along with you can imagine that along with the internet being down would severely restrict the reporting coming out of Iran. And also, there is the, what was I going to mention? Oh, they talked about that other nuclear plant, which is interesting. What was the name of that nuclear plant? The Bushehr nuclear plant. Worth keeping an eye on this. So that's an operational plant. That's actually in operation. It would be a big deal to target that. Let me just show you that on Google Maps. The plant, the nuclear plant that they targeted this morning, Arak plant, was not operational yet. So here's the Bushehr nuclear power plant. That's operational, and also it is across the Persian Gulf from Kuwait, and Bahrain is right there, and Qatar is right there. And Iraq is right there, and UAE is right here. So that would be a big deal. I might have to replace my earbuds. I ran out of power on my earbuds. Hang on a moment here. I think I have a little more power. No missile launches yet tonight during our stream. Kulf Angaren says, this is good. No missiles are good. Space Fraggle thinks Iran is not out of missiles. It's wishful thinking to think so. Oh, I wanted to mention the cluster munition. That this whole thing. You know, I'm going to take a break. I need 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back in 1 minute. Then we'll talk about the cluster munition thing. I'm going to take my. I'm going to have to. My earbuds are also out of power basically, so I got to replace those. Hold on. Hang on a moment here. 1 moment here. Let me take a minute. Hang on. 1 minute. Steve will be back in 1 minute. There we go. Give me 1 minute. All right, that was longer than a minute. That might have been like 2 minutes. Hang on a moment here. I need my other earbuds in so I can hear. One moment, please. I'm trying to connect my earbuds. I can hear again. I can hear again. It's such a different vibe, like, because the last couple days, I think people were thinking like, wow, at any moment President Trump could decide. I mean, because remember he came back in a rush early from G7 and was in the Situation Room, and everyone was thinking, wow, he's going to decide soon whether or not to be in the war. But today, he said he'll decide within 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks. Miss Curvy says, I think July 4th. I don't know if it'll be 2 weeks. Could be less, could be more. The stream always just pauses for a second when I change my earbuds. I don't know why that is. It's just something that it does. It's been like that forever. It's been like that forever. We haven't had any missile alerts tonight while we've been on. Al Jazeera reports that the Noor News website says there were air defenses activated in the city of Damavand, east of Tehran. Hunkajunk says no news is good news. Again, much less coming out of Iran, in a big part because the internet is down. Samuel says, how effective is Iranian air defense? They don't seem to have much air defense left from everything I've seen. We are expecting at some point some major response from Israel to the Iranian missile attacks of this morning, one of which hit a hospital. So I would certainly expect at some point that to happen. When, I don't know. This was interesting today. Israel says Iran fired cluster bomb-bearing missile. That's from Reuters. Iran launched a missile at Israel on Thursday that scattered small bombs with the aim of increasing civilian casualties, the Israeli military and its Washington embassy said. the first reported use of cluster munitions in the 7-day-old war. The embassy said Iran fired a missile that contained cluster submunitions at a densely populated civilian area in Israel. Cluster weapons, they said, are designed to disperse over a large area and maximize the chances of a harmful strike. Israel said Iran unlawfully fired deliberately at civilian population centers and seeks to maximize the damage to civilians in them by using wide dispersal munitions. Iran's mission to the UN did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Israeli news reports quoted the Israeli military as saying the missile's warhead split open at an altitude of about 4 miles and released around 20 submunitions in a radius of around 5 miles over central Israel. So the idea is it splits open and these smaller warheads or munitions or explosives or whatever they are come out and they scatter over a 5-mile area. 5-mile radius of 5 miles means it's a 10-mile diameter circle. But maybe they mean 5 miles. Anyways, that's a wide area. One of these small munitions struck a home in the central Israeli town of Azor, causing some damage. There were no reports of casualties from the bomb. Cluster bombs are controversial, says Reuters, because they indiscriminately scatter submunitions, some of which can fail to explode and kill or injure long after a conflict ends. And submunitions are smaller explosive devices expelled from a larger munition. The executive director of Arms Control Association Advocacy Group told Reuters cluster munitions are egregious weapons with their wide area destruction, especially if used in a civilian populated area, and could add to the exploded ordnance left over from conflicts. Israel and Iran declined to join a 2008 international ban on the production, stockpiling, transfer, and use of cluster bombs that has been signed by 111 countries and 12 other entities. Reuters also points out that after extensive debate, the U.S. in 2023 supplied Ukraine with cluster munitions for use against Russian occupation forces. Ukraine says Russian troops have also fired them. So that's the first report of those cluster bombs being used, cluster bomb missiles being used by Iran. Will we be seeing more use of those, assuming that it's true? Cheyenne Sardizadeh of BBC, we talked about how there is an evacuation warning for an industrial park in Iran. That this was issued about an hour and a half ago by Israel. So they're going to blow something up there. Cheyenne Sardizadeh of BBC says that he believes it is for a carbon fiber production facility. That's also what Intel Toj says. See, and he, by the way, Cheyenne said a near total internet shutdown is currently being imposed in Iran, making it unlikely that most Iranians will be able to see these orders in time to evacuate. I don't know if Israel is doing a thing where they text people or call people or what. I wouldn't be so sure, though, that, you know, I mean, President Trump said he'll decide within 2 weeks whether to join the war. I wouldn't be so sure that, like, oh, basically nothing happens for 2 weeks. There's a lot that could happen between Israel and Iran. This is going to go on without him at this point. VV says, shouldn't the Iranian leaders be warning the citizens? I mean, you'd think maybe if Israel is issued an evacuation order, I mean, there's a world in which the Iranian government would want people to know that. Maybe they don't want to repeat it because it looks bad or something. This is an article talking about that Bushehr nuclear power plant in northern Iran. I think it's northern Iran. I might be wrong about that. Let me check out. Hold on. I'm sorry if I have that wrong. I'm sorry, it's southern Iran. Southern Iran next to the Persian Gulf, but it's next to the water. And it says, a military spokesperson for Israel had said, I think it was yesterday, that Israel struck the Bushehr nuclear site. And then I think it turned out that it wasn't struck. Reuters says the potential consequences of an attack on the Bushehr nuclear power plant contaminating the air and water have long been a concern in the Gulf states. Qatar's prime minister in March said an attack on Iran's nuclear facilities would entirely contaminate the waters of the Gulf and threaten life in Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. He said an attack on Iran's nuclear sites would leave the Gulf with no water, no fish, no nothing, no life. Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait, on the opposite side of the Gulf from Iran, have minimal natural water reserves and are home to more than 18 million people whose only supply of potable water, that's drinkable water, right, is desalinated water drawn from the Gulf. That's really interesting. So if the Gulf water became contaminated, that's the supply, the water supply for Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. I did not realize this. Bushehr is Iran's only, I didn't know this either. Bushehr is Iran's only operating nuclear power plant. Is it the only one which sits on the Gulf Coast or the only one operating, period? Yes, Bushehr is the only operating nuclear power plant in Iran. Very interesting. A source familiar with the matter told Reuters that contamination from any attack on the Bushehr nuclear power plant was the worst case that Gulf countries were preparing for. It said Gulf countries had prepared a contingency plan for any attack on any nuclear plant in the region. It's very interesting. Again, the plant is here. And then these Gulf countries, Kuwait is here, Qatar here, Bahrain here, UAE here. And the plant is right next to the water. It's right on the water, basically. So that is a huge deal if that gets attacked. So keep an eye out for that. One of our viewers said, would they fly in bottled water? I mean, they'd have to do something pretty massive. Wow. Yeah, I was wondering, is potable or potable? I was just wondering that. I got to look it up. One of the viewers said it was potable. It's potable, sorry. I said potable. Is this a new report here? Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. I think we have a new report, maybe. Where is that from? Now I can't find it. Hold on a moment here. By the way, the New York Times says it's possible that Trump's announcement today about 2 weeks was an effort to deceive Iran and have them let their guard down. You never know. You never know, guys. The Times said that 2 weeks would allow a second American aircraft carrier to get into place. It would give more time to destroy air defenses around Fordo. Also, who knows, maybe Israel could try to go it alone in the meantime. By, well, one thing perhaps a commando operation? I would think if Netanyahu thought Trump would eventually agree to do it, he wouldn't try it themselves. They wouldn't try it themselves. Thank you, by the way, to Accedi. Yeah, I saw that report, Accedi. I'll read it. I mean, I didn't really make that much of it. Jennifer Jacobs of CBS reported that, it's one of these things. I don't think it really in itself means that much. Jennifer Jacobs said U.S. officials have been told. All right. Oh, no, that's not it. She said, as President Trump is contemplating potential U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities, law enforcement officials have stepped up surveillance of Iran-backed operatives in the U.S. Kash Patel has increased efforts to monitor possible domestic sleeper cells linked to Hezbollah since Israel's offensive began earlier this month, sources told me. Again, that in itself, it might sound like, oh my gosh, there's all these sleeper cells. But all it's really saying is, well, they're keeping an eye on people with Iran ties more now. And, which makes sense, but it doesn't mean that there's some huge threat. I mean, there could be, but we don't know. So I'm not overly reading into that much. But I appreciate, Accedi, you mentioning it because I hadn't read it yet on the air. So thank you, Accedi, very much. And thanks for your support. Thank you also, Per Holstrand and Greg Haza from Canada. Robert thinks Iran shut down its internet so no one can see what's going on. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Shaft, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Abby, who says CenturyLink is down and thinks it's a cyber attack. I haven't heard of any kind of big cyber attack report. I mean, there could be, but I haven't heard any reports about it. I'll let you know. Thank you, Abby. Thank you, CJ, as well. And Zeke Kyle. And not applicable. Not applicable thinks that protests don't work against brutal regimes. The Western public expecting an uprising is fantastical. Thanks, Dodger Blue and Mitchell Pilot and HNW. And Michael, our member. Did Iran do anything else today besides the morning's missile strikes? I believe there was at least one smallish missile launch that I know about. That might be it. I can tell you, Down Detector report is reporting what seems to be like a CenturyLink outage. I have no information whatsoever that's in any way related to the situation in Iran and Israel. Patrick Malone thinks it won't be 2 weeks, it'll be well beforehand. Hold on a second. Are there cams in Iran? No. I don't have access to them even when the internet's working, and the internet's not working. Al-Mayadeen, according to Mirror News, Al-Mayadeen is claiming, where is this? Al-Mayadeen is claiming Iranian air defenses shot down an Israeli drone shot south of Tehran. Now, a drone did get shot down. An Israeli drone a couple days ago got shot down. I cannot confirm that another one has been shot down. But Al-Mayadeen says their correspondent reports that Iranian air defenses shot down an Israeli drone south of Tehran. Now, this is not the one from 2 days ago. This is a new report. I don't know if it's true. They just posted it. Yep. Al Arabiya just said Iranian TV says Israeli drone shot down south of Tehran. I'm guessing if it is true, you'll certainly see it. That the Iranian government will put out there. Thank you, Jeff E. Thank you to Better You Than Me, Lisa Johnson, Gifted Red Wing 96, Welch. What is Iraq will hope to happen? I am not an Iraq expert. I know that Iran has some proxies in Iraq. I don't really know much about the whole situation there. But Iran, there are certainly some forces there in Iraq that are supported by Iran. But I'm guessing there's a bunch of people there who are not supportive of the Iranian regime. Iraq is 60% Shia Muslim, 35% Sunni Muslim, 75% to 80% Arabs, 15 to 20% Kurds. That is a country I really don't know that much about. Yeah, from the little reading I'm doing right now, it seems that Iraq has sizable populations of, like I said, Shia Arabs, Sunni Arabs, and Kurds. That also divides them politically. Hey, thanks to Purple Cat Audio gave 5 people membership. So nice of you, Purple Cat Audio. Also, Jeff E. Thank you, Jeff. You know what I could do? What it might be a good time to do right now, I think you know what I'm going to say. Thank you also, Paul Tissue and Tanya W. And our moderators, Beth Mythical and Ruth Krafasi. Thanks for being there over on YouTube. I'm going to thank our mods for a second. Charlotte Webb, Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley on Facebook. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah Surly, Devin Tarayag on Twitch, and on X, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha. Yeah, I think, because I have to eat anyway, why don't I take 5 minutes? Hold on a second here. Why don't I take 5 minutes and put my stuff in the air fryer? Because we're going to keep the stream going. Thank you. I need some skooma. Thank you. All right, so give me a moment to make sure I don't have any. I'm going to take 5 minutes. I keep seeing this report about something the New York Times said, but I don't actually see it at the New York Times. People are saying New York Times says this. And then I go there and it's just not there. I don't know where people are getting it from. Hold on. Can't find it. All right, so what I'm going to do right now, by the way, a half hour ago, Ariel Oserin, an Israeli reporter, said Iranian media report explosions were heard in Babelsar and Babel in northern Iran, both towns that have not been struck by Israel so far. Thanks, CC. And are you trying it out? Thank you. All right, so I'm going to take 5 minutes and put my food in the air fryer because I got to eat something. And we're going to keep the stream going. If there's some huge thing that happens, I'll just stop with all that and just report on it, which has happened before. So hang tight. Hang tight here. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I think I'm going to have to take off my headphones. We'll do this. Yeah, I turned the camera's audio back up for you. But hang on. All right, give me 5 minutes. I'm coming right back in 5 minutes, and I'll see you in 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience. I am making my food so I can eat and keep the stream going. I did see, there was an evacuation order issued by Israel for this industrial park. And I saw that a report that there had been explosions there. Ariel Oserin with I-24 reported that an explosion occurred. Oh, he said an explosion occurred in the industrial park where the evacuation warning had happened. So maybe they've actually attacked that area. A couple reports I mentioned earlier claimed it might be a carbon fiber plant they're attacking. This was that warning they gave. Cephidrud Industrial Park. Our viewer back says calm tonight. There have not been, by the way, I'm hearing myself, I'll take care of that in a second. I'm hearing slightly hearing another one of myself repeating. I will fix that in a second. But yeah, there have not been any, I mean, I think possibly, I might be wrong about this. Maybe, correct me if I'm wrong. So there were the missile strikes this morning by Iran. And then I want to say a couple hours after there was a smaller missile launch by them. I don't know if Iran has launched missiles at Israel since this morning. I'm going to check here. The last one I see was from about 9 hours ago, 9:50 a.m. Eastern time. Well, that would have been the afternoon. So there was a missile launch by Iran about 9.5 hours ago. 9.5 hours ago. Hey, by the way, thank you so much, Trade Talk Farsi. I appreciate that. You can message me on X, which is @Lookner. You can also send it, the email account for the channel is agendafreetv@gmail.com. So you could do either of those. And I'm @Lookner on X. Thank you so much, Trade Talk Farsi. You know what? Give me I need about 20 seconds. Give me 20 seconds. I'm coming right back. Thank you. Thanks, by the way, to Mehdi, who says, Mehdi TT says, Iran versus world. Thank you, Joshua Bruder. R. Lee. Hey, Irish Sweetness gave 20 people memberships. That's very nice of you. Make sure you thank somebody like Irish Sweetness if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. Also, thank you to Robert. Robert thinks that the bunker bomb is already in the air over Iran, so Trump's decision is immediately followed by the drop. Or maybe you think that's what will happen, Robert. Thank you, Robert. Thanks, CC, our member. Shout out on Twitch to Buff for Eyes, Dark Crypto 800, Mistress Vampy. Thank you. KCock17, J Frank G. planning on continuing the coverage for a while tonight. You just don't know what'll happen. Oh, anyways, though, from what I understand, I believe the last Iranian missile launch was about 9.5 hours ago. Matt Doggs thinks it's eerily quiet. Remember also that there's an internet outage in Iran. Also, reportedly, Iran has banned people filming stuff publicly in Iran, and the Iranian media is not posting, generally not posting shots of damage like they originally were. So there's much less coming out of Iran right now. There very well could be strikes going on that we just haven't heard about. Florida Catholic guy says, he said within 2 weeks, which means it could be tonight or 2 weeks from now. There are no reliable reports at all that Israel has tried to take out the Supreme Leader tonight. There are internet rumors not backed by good sourcing. There are no reliable reports I have seen that Israel has attempted to take out the Supreme Leader tonight. If I hear something different, I'll let you know. There is an unconfirmed report that Iran shot down an Israeli drone. Give me a moment. I need about 20 seconds here. I need about 20 seconds again. Hang on. I said, keep this in mind as well. This is from earlier today. AP, Israel's defense minister says Iran's supreme leader cannot continue to exist after latest Iranian missile attack. Just something to keep in mind. Hey, thanks to J Rock Brooklyn. So nice of you. Also, I Hate Mondays. Thank you. Thank you, I Hate Mondays. Thank you, Happening Hapner. Happening Hapner, thank you. And I Am Buster, thank you. And Diane Rutherford, thank you. And I can't, it's a Hebrew name, thank you. PW360 sent me something from the New York Times. I couldn't find that paragraph. I don't know where it is. Must be pretty prominently there. I don't know where it is. Truth Seeker is wondering if Israel is using Azerbaijan as a launch pad for strikes. This I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. Thank you for messaging in, Truth Seeker. Brandon Hill said, any missile strikes from Iran today? Well, there were 3 of them this morning. We actually covered it. We have a stream on it. One of them hit a hospital. It's a big deal. But no missile launches for about 10 hours that I'm aware of. Hang on. I'm going to eat in a moment, and then we're going to keep doing the stream. All right, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Because I got to eat at some point. So I made some food. What am I looking at here? I made some food. And I'm going to eat it now. But if while I'm eating, I'm going to leave the stream up. And if while I'm eating something big happens, I will come rushing back in here. Otherwise, I'll come back in after and we'll continue the stream. But I will have my eye on everything while I'm eating. So if there's like a missile alert or something, I'll just come in and cover it and I'll put down my food. Okay? And then my brain will be working better once I eat. So let me just... Thank you to all of our moderators again for being here. Very much appreciated. Thanks to all you guys for being here watching. Steve is... Hold on. eating. He'll be back after. Okay, I'm just going to eat right now. I'm leaving the streams up. Again, I will keep an eye on everything while I'm eating. If there's some huge development, I will come back in immediately. All right? So I'll see you either after I eat or before if there's a big development. See you in a few. Hello, everyone. Thanks for your patience. I have eaten. I'm going to put my headphones on, my earbuds. There was a drone alert I saw. There was a drone alert for a little bit. And then Homefront Command said, oh, there's a new drone alert. New drone alert right now, I think. But I don't see it on SOFAR. I don't see it on the SOFAR app. TZOFAR SOFAR Red Alert. I don't see it there. This says 2 minutes ago, but now it's not. I don't see it listed there. Did it end? Did it end already? The Air Force said the Israeli Air Force, the Israeli Defense Force said they intercepted a drone from Iran they posted 7 minutes ago they did. But sounds like there's another one. Now, with these drones showing up from Iran, does that mean there might be missiles soon? I don't know. That's the first drone alerts we've seen since we came on the air. We'll see what they say. We'll see what they say. Oh, I just saw an alert right now, right? Drone alert? New one? Or maybe I'm wrong. I'm still checking the map. I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything new on the site. Oh, is the new incident over? Homefront Command says hostile aircraft intrusion event ended. Event ended. It's 3:14 a.m. there. I don't believe any of the Iranian drones have hit Israel during this whole, however many days it's been, a week roughly. Hey, I want to say a couple thank yous here. Thank you to Vaughn on Dean on Twitch. Thank you. And Jay Drabble on Twitch. And Synapse Dawn on Twitch. Thank you so much. And Tack18 and Fun Size Smurf. Also, thanks Jay Stubbles for the gift subs on Twitch. Wow, that's really nice of you. Oops. Thanks also to Buff for Eyes, Dark Crypto over there on Twitch. Also, thank you to Roberto Vaca. Thank you, Roberto, so much. And thanks to our members like Angelina Knox, RN for Vets NY. Thank you, RN for Vets NY, for the gift memberships. Evan Allen, thank you. Michael Brisk, Jerry Neal. Alex X for the gift memberships, very kind of you. M Harp and Jilly Beans. M Harp and Jilly Beans, thank you. Bob the Bomb and J Rock Brooklyn, thanks. And David Martin. David says Sadra, an entity linked to Iran's proliferation-sensitive nuclear activities or Iran's development of nuclear weapon delivery systems, has facilities in the Sepidrud industrial complex. The Sepidrud industrial complex is the area that Israel issued an evacuation warning for earlier and reportedly carried out one or more strikes there. Now, I saw some unconfirmed reports online saying that there was a carbon fiber manufacturer there who may be targeted. But maybe we'll hear from Israel soon, David. They will announce what exactly they targeted there. I'm thinking they might, since they made a big deal out of the, since they announced that evacuation order publicly. They might even show a video of what they did. Thanks so much to David Martin. Also, Cherizad and Sean Edwards, thank you. Did he just post this? I don't think so. No. So, excuse me. I believe the last yes, the last missile launch from Iran, I believe, was about 11 hours ago. About 11 hours ago. Interesting. We've been hearing periodic reports of possible Israeli strikes in Iran tonight, but not a lot of information coming out of there because the internet reportedly is still down. The internet is still down. Oh, by the way, the New York Times said tonight that senior U.S. intelligence officials said that Iranian leaders were likely to shift toward producing a bomb if the American military attacked the uranium enrichment site at Fordo or if Israel killed Iran's supreme leader. Let me read that again. Senior U.S. intelligence officials said, according to the New York Times, that if Israel kills the supreme leader, or if the U.S. attacks the Fordo uranium enrichment site, in either of those cases, senior U.S. intelligence officials believe Iranian leaders will likely shift toward producing a bomb. Now, some people might think, well, weren't they producing one already? So there's this debate as to whether they were actually producing one or not. I mean, they were doing things that would be useful if they wanted a bomb. There's this question about how set were they on actually making a bomb. You know, a couple interesting things. I was looking at this article from The Economist today, talking about how this might all play out, called "Where Will the Iran-Israel War End?" It said some interesting things. So one thing that The Economist claims is they say that they don't think it's realistic to think that Israel can eliminate Iran's nuclear program. They say basically no matter what Israel does, Iran can still afterwards work on a nuclear weapon. They could slow it down. They could greatly lengthen the amount of time it might take. But they don't think Israel would be able to eliminate the nuclear program. And you might say, well, couldn't this cause a regime change in Iran? In theory, it could. An interesting point they make is that Iran's nuclear program dates back before the Iranian Revolution, to the time of the Shah. Anyways, though, but certainly with this, they just talk about how, certainly with this, if the regime stays in place, you can, kill a lot of people and take out a lot of facilities, but that knowledge is dispersed, they say, and it's you can't count on just eliminating the program for good. So that's an interesting claim they make. And they also talk about whether Trump would enter the conflict. And they talk about some of the things that could, they say that, the benefit for, a benefit of the U.S. going in is it could destroy Fordo, and it could increase the amount that Iran is set back on their nuclear course. But they talked about some of the downsides of the U.S. Going in, and they said they talked about how Iran might react to the U.S. attacking Fordo, and they talked about Iran could target American troops or American civilians, or they could send energy prices soaring by blocking the Strait of Hormuz or blasting Saudi Arabia's oil industry. That's an interesting idea. Several years ago, Israel attacked a major Saudi oil facility with drones. So there's this idea that they could specifically target Saudi Arabia's oil industry. And if you look at a map here, Saudi Arabia is right there. There's Iran, there's Saudi Arabia. And another idea, I hadn't thought of this. The Economist said that perhaps another option for Iran to retaliate would be to attack these apartment buildings, large buildings in Dubai or Qatar, where a lot of people, expatriates, Westerners might live. But that's this idea that they could attack softer targets, in Gulf states to create chaos, to affect economies. That's a whole other thing to be concerned with. I hadn't thought of that about the attacking those kind of targets. So the point is that there's significant risk of, if the U.S. gets in, of what escalation Iran would then do. But it's an interesting point. They also say, the economists, secret facilities and stocks of uranium might survive. Iran could have secret nuclear facilities. Maybe some of their uranium they've hidden and nobody finds. And they say the know-how definitely would. Some people who know how to do this stuff would survive. So you could have a situation where you go in now, and then a few years later you got to do it again. But it's interesting. It's an interesting perspective. The article is called "Where Will the Iran-Israel War End?" It's in The Economist. They actually argue that they think if you want to prevent Iran from ultimately getting nuclear weapons, they think the least bad path is to do talks, because I assume that's because you reach an agreement and then you just have some kind of verification system in place where they can be checked on. And you might say, talks in an agreement with Iran, how's that ever going to work? But what they're saying is all the options are bad. They're not saying it's a great option. They're saying if you think you can just go in there and bomb some stuff and their nuclear program is over, they say that's not true. But I feel like it's a very realistic look at the different options, which I think is quite interesting, even if you don't agree with the conclusion. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of when Israel was attacked by Hamas, and then Israel said, and I remember they said it again and again and again, we're gonna make it so that Hamas can never threaten us again. And didn't they say they were gonna eliminate Hamas, right? And it's like, it just seemed like an unrealistic goal. Like, how are you gonna do that? I mean, you could severely degrade them. It kind of reminds me, if Israel goes in and says, we're gonna eliminate, their nuclear program. Well, as long as there's people there who know how to do it, you haven't really, and a desire to do it, you haven't really, and if you go in and then you leave and you're not going to stay there, they're not even in there. There's not even a force in there. It's all air power pretty much. How can you eliminate it? So there's the rhetoric and then what you've actually accomplished. We actually talked about this a couple days ago. I was saying, well, even if the U.S. blows up Fordo, does that really eliminate the nuclear program there? Hawk Sisti says you keep bombing every time they rebuild it. Well, another issue is that I've read some articles is that, you know, there has been some degree of international observation of the Iranian program so far, some degree. The idea would be is that after this, they might just go completely underground and just no international observation, do it all underground, not have any degree of openness about it. And so now maybe you can keep tabs on it through intelligence, but maybe you can't. But if you want to look it up, the article is called "Where Will the Iran-Israel War End?" It's in The Economist. Iron Butterfly says hopefully delays it. Yeah, so you know that is the big benefit of attacking the physical nuclear infrastructure, and also I would think taking out nuclear scientists certainly could delay things. But there's the benefits to Israel, but they're in the U.S., but also the possible negatives. Eric Billiter, I do not know if enriched material at Fordo has been moved or not. It's a fair question. I do not know. Thank you, Eric Billiter, by the way. I appreciate it. Thanks also to Hevlush and TMS. And hey, you know, our viewer Arlander sent 20 memberships to people in the YouTube chat. So thank you so much, Arlander. It's so nice of you. Thanks, Ronald Kane. Thanks, Savrino Prengioni. Savrino says, if Israel doesn't get what it wants, the Samson option is going to be a reality. Wikipedia says the Samson option is Israel's deterrence strategy of massive retaliation with nuclear weapons as a last resort against a country whose military has invaded and or destroyed much of Israel. You're saying that, I think you're saying something like if Iran got a nuclear weapon, then the deterrent would be Israel's own nuclear weapons. Thanks, Accedi, for your support. Thank you, Dewey, for the gift memberships. Thank you. Also, Marilyn Riley. Thank you. But I think the Hamas, the Israel war with Hamas, is a useful thing to look at, because it's just a case where, certainly understandably, Israel wanted to strike back at Hamas, but the kind of rhetoric Israel used about their goals in that campaign Where are we 20 months later? Hamas is still there. They're greatly weakened, but they're still there. There's no agreed upon plan to deal with the situation in Gaza. That place has just been utterly destroyed. There's still 2 million people living there in horrible conditions. And so that's what, there's the going in and fighting, but now you have that. And so similarly here, you have the bombing things now, but what comes after? What comes after it? Bruins fan says it takes the citizen population to revolt. The Economist talks about perhaps part of the Israeli plan is to have the citizens revolt, but there's no guarantee that's going to happen. Thank you, TMS says, couldn't North Korea send Iran 2 or 5 nuclear warheads? I mean, I'm not an expert on that stuff, but I would think that would maybe put that's the kind of thing that other countries would look at and then say can we even let this person stay in power? That would be an existential threat to other countries. I think that would be Kim putting his own regime at risk. They switched the they switched the Tel Aviv shot for the moment. I don't know. I think maybe sometimes that other Tel Aviv shot goes down and then comes back up. Anyways, for the moment they switched the Tel Aviv shot. Then Modine is still there, but it's kind of dark. I should brighten the Modine one up. That's a little better, right? From Modine there? Okay. Somehow the chat here froze on me. I got to unfreeze it. The chat here froze on me. I got to... Chat froze. Unfreezing it now. Shout out to our moderators. Beth Mythical is modding. Thank you, Beth. On YouTube. Charlotte Webb, Margaret Riley, and Paul Anderson on Facebook. Thank you. Thanks, Ralph Stallworth, for subscribing, too. And Aaron Van Ness, and Margaret Riley, and Chuck Mosca, and Kay. Thanks to our Twitch moderators. Thank you. Big Ball of Yarn, I got that fire. Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Mick Bridges, Sarah Surlydev, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Just checking some different updates here. The IDF says they continue intercepting threats. 2 additional drones were intercepted. So in the last hour, Israel says it intercepted 3 drones launched from Iran. Three drones intercepted. One of these cameras has weird sound on it. Not that one. Is it the Haifa one? Must be the other one. Oh, it was the it's the Modine feed. I don't even know if the other 2 have sound on them. Oh, a little bit. Thank you, H&W, and also TMS, and Michael Brisk for the gift memberships. Thank you, TMS. TMS says North Korea giving Iran nukes is only a crazy idea. I know it's not so serious. Thank you. I saw... The Washington Post says, Trump dials back war talk, sees more time for diplomacy. They say White House officials are watching European talks with Iran scheduled for Friday, as Trump said suggested he would wait to let discussions unfold. They say in recent days, Trump's comments on Iran have been less warlike. On Monday, he had said, immediately evacuate Tehran. People should immediately evacuate Tehran. The Washington Post says Trump's assertion of a 2-week deadline follows a long-standing pattern. On multiple topics over the years, he has said he would make a decision in 2 weeks. Often that period comes and goes without any final action. Trump most recently sent a public 2-week deadline in late May in response to reporters asking when he would be able to determine how serious Russian President Putin was about ending the war with Ukraine. There's no guarantee it will be within 2 weeks. Could be. Trump has made a total surrender of Iran's enrichment capacity his central demand. Tehran has previously rejected that idea, insisting that under international treaties it has the right to enrich nuclear fuel for civilian use. But administration officials think the pounding Iran has received from days of bombing and the prospect that U.S. could join the attack may have changed that position. Excuse me. The Sports Dawn says 2 weeks is a long time in war. Basketball Clips and Tips says, I thought it was wraps after Trump's evacuation post. How about when he left G7 early? Dr. McRib says some people think Fordo will be bombed this weekend so the market isn't too affected by Monday opening. Hey, Stephen Inocencio. That's so nice of you, Stephen. Thank you for all your support. Stephen Inocencio, thank you. Also, Gordon Gott. Gordon says Israel never attacked Saudi Arabia oil fields with drones. Iran did 2019. Yeah, I mentioned that a little earlier. Thank you also, M.H. Seneca. Thank you, M.H. Seneca. I appreciate it. And there is someone who sent a behind the scenes sticker. Thank you. I can't read the name, but thank you. Oh, did I say Israel? You know, once in a while I just make a mistake and I don't realize. Once in a while I say the wrong word and I don't realize it. So I guess I said, I clearly did not mean this. I guess I misspoke and said Israel sent drones to bomb Saudi Arabia a few years ago, oil facility. It was clearly Iran and not Israel. Sorry about that. Thanks, Gordon, for letting me know. Yeah, once in a while, just I don't even catch it. And then somebody says 10 minutes later, you said, and I was like, I didn't, don't at all remember not saying the wrong thing. AP says Iran has long maintained its nuclear program is for peaceful purposes, but it is the only non-nuclear weapon state to enrich uranium up to 60%, a short technical step away from weapons grade levels of 90%. The Israeli air campaign has targeted Iran's enrichment site at Natanz, centrifuge workshops around Tehran, a nuclear site in Isfahan, and what the army assesses to be most of Iran's ballistic missile launchers. And other targets. Thank you, R. Twilly and Albeit Kaban. Yeah, this so far has been, of all the nights that we've been on for covering this story, obviously the one with the least amount of big updates so far. I mean, things can change, but no question. I do wonder, and I wonder, how often. There's a lot of talk that Iran might be running a little low on missiles. How often will they keep doing missile strikes? They could do one a day if they wanted to. They could do as many or little as they want. I hope we get the other Tel Aviv camera back. I don't know where it went. I actually have another Tel Aviv camera, but I can put that up if we need it. USMC says there really are no schedule rules. There's an article in the Wall Street Journal today entitled, Israel's War is Costing Hundreds of Millions of Dollars a Day. And they say the biggest cost to Israel is the interceptors. The interceptors can cause Israel between tens of millions to $200 million per day. The David Sling system, which shoots down missiles in Israel, according to the Wall Street Journal, costs $700,000 each time it is activated, and uses 2 interceptors. The Arrow 3 system costs around $4 million per interception. Also, F-35 jet fighters, what does it say here? Cost $10,000 per hour of flight time. This is in Israel. And this is for Israel. And remember, they've been fighting for 20 months, different wars. Well, one of our viewers says costing the U.S. taxpayer. You're saying because the U.S. will help them some. What I'm going to do right now is take Barry mentions maintenance. Hey, give me just 1 minute here. I'm just going to take 1 minute. I'm coming right back in 1 minute. We'll continue. Thank you. Oh, the camera. We got the Tel Aviv camera issue. I got to get the other Tel Aviv camera up. Hang on. Tel Aviv camera coming. Okay. Let's see here. They are having an issue with the Tel Aviv camera. I have a different Tel Aviv camera. All right, here's how we're going to do this. It sounded like thunder. Was that on this camera? That would have been the Haifa camera. Unless that wasn't thunder. I think that was the Haifa camera. All right, hang on. Let me get the other Let me get the Tel Aviv camera up. Okay, hang on here. We hearing planes flying over in Haifa? Is that from Haifa? What are we hearing? No, I'm hearing it in my headphones. I think the only camera you're hearing now is Haifa. Maybe you're hearing planes from Haifa. All right, I'm getting the. I gotta fix this. I gotta fix the Tel Aviv shot. All right, I have the Tel Aviv shot to put on. Here we go. Coming up, Tel Aviv. It's right here, but I got to make it brighter. No, that's not it. That's not it. Hang on. Everything's falling apart here. There it is. I found the Tel Aviv stream. One moment. That's not Modine, that's Tel Aviv. So we're going to put this one back there. That's Tel Aviv. Then we have, that's Haifa there. And then the other one I'll put up is Jerusalem, which is here. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Ooh, too loud. Hang on. Why am I not seeing that one? Oh, here. Oh, that's... Oh, hold on. I know what I did. I'm an idiot. Hang on. It's all going to make sense. Okay, so we have Haifa. We're going to have Haifa here. There's Haifa. Then we're going to have Jerusalem on the other one. I'm sorry this is taking so long. It's a little confusing with all of these. Cameras. All right, we're almost there. I'm going to move this up a little bit. I think this is the longest it's ever taken me to switch cameras. Okay. There you go. I saw something from the Institute for the Study of War I wanted to mention. Because some people have said, oh, it's quiet tonight, which I certainly understand you saying that. The Institute for the Study of War said, that's understandingwar.org. It's a very good website with military analysis. They said, ISW, that we have observed fewer reports of Israeli airstrikes from social media accounts based in Iran, which likely reflects widespread internet disruptions in Iran rather than an actual decrease in Israeli airstrikes. An internet monitoring group reported that Iran is currently facing a near total internet shutdown. So they don't think that there's fewer airstrikes going on in Iran. It's just that you're not hearing about them. That's what they said. David Gray says we can't get intel. Oops, I'm missing an R. Lithrone says those strikes need to be seen. D. Matheson says Iran probably figured out with today's daylight launch that they had more success per missile shot. I don't know why. It's a great question. Man, I'm hearing so many dogs barking. Were those strikes this morning by Israel more successful than the usual? I'm trying to shut off the dog. All right, that's the Jerusalem, is the dogs are on the Jerusalem camp. I mean, there were 30 missiles fired earlier today, and 3 of them made direct hits. Remember last year, there were a couple different times, and the first strike this year where it was 100 or more missiles. No, one of our viewers said cluster munitions. Israel only said they used 1 missile with cluster munitions. And I don't believe that was any of the missiles that actually made the direct hits. Honest Brothers Studios said that CNN has a reporter in Iran who is hearing a lot of anti-air fire. Yeah, they actually have a reporter there. I think is it Fred Pleitgen who's there? But I do wonder, I don't know, I do wonder if if Israel or Iran is doing something differently with the missile strikes. It's actually it's probably daylight in Iran, right? Tehran, when is Tehran sunrise? (4:49 a.m.). So in 10 minutes it'll be sunrise in Iran. Usama Javed says, why are we not seeing any missiles today? Well, they might be low on missiles. Maybe they figure that they already had some successful strikes today, so conserve them for later. I don't know. Did I thank Tom Lewis? Tom Lewis and David Martin, thank you. And Bernard49. Could using a bunker buster on the underground facility cause a nuclear incident by releasing material from inside to the air? I think I was reading something about that earlier. Oh, but it's not a reactor. That's a enrichment plant. Reuters said a senior research fellow at London think tank RUSI, Daria Dolzakova, said attacks on facilities that are at the front end of the nuclear fuel cycle, where uranium is prepared for use in a reactor, pose primarily chemical, not radiological risks. So the idea is that the risk would not come from, as you say, nuclear material. It would come from a chemical that's produced when uranium hexafluoride interacts with water vapor and produces harmful chemicals. Whereas a strike on a reactor at Bushehr and that's an active reactor, would cause radioactive elements to be released through a plume of volatile materials or into the sea, said an expert they talked to. Another expert that Reuters talked to said an attack on the one working Iranian nuclear plant, Bushehr, could cause an absolute radiological catastrophe. But he said attacks on enrichment facilities like Natanz or Fordo were unlikely to cause significant off-site consequences. Before uranium goes into a nuclear reactor, it is barely radioactive, he said. We mentioned also that, hold on a second here. Countries like Qatar, Bahrain, and Kuwait get all of their water, drinking water, from the Persian Gulf. They desalinate it. So if there's some sort of accident, if Bushehr plant, which is on the other side of the Persian Gulf, if the Bushehr nuclear plant, which is on the other side of the Persian Gulf, gets attacked, it could severely impact those countries. We were talking about that earlier. An expert said coastal desalination plants, where you take the salt out of water, are especially vulnerable to regional hazards like oil spills and potential nuclear contamination, he said. So that would be a huge deal. If Israel attacks the one working nuclear plant in Iran, Bushehr nuclear power plant, which is on the Persian Gulf, that would be a huge deal. That's a huge, huge deal if that happens. See, it's right. It's in there. Suwei says if that nuclear plant gets attacked, the waters in the Persian Gulf can be contaminated. A couple people on YouTube said they got ads. If you do, it's a mistake. I don't turn ads on during the stream. During the live stream when we're live, I don't turn them on in the middle of the stream. I don't put them on in the middle of the stream. You get one, I think you can get it when you start the stream. But I apologize if you're getting in the middle of the stream. There's nothing I can do about it. It's just YouTube messing up. I don't do it on any of the platforms. I don't put ads on in the middle of the stream. I don't do it. While you're live, you shouldn't get one in the middle of the stream. If you do, I would suggest writing to YouTube or Facebook or whatever and telling them that and saying, why am I getting ads? He doesn't put ads on in the middle of his stream. Because I don't. So I'm sorry if you do, but maybe write to them and tell them you're getting it. But you should not be getting any during the stream, in the middle of the stream. Omega, our viewer, Omega, sorry, I'll tell you who it was. Omega Kind Scene thinks Trump is hoping everything blows over after 2 weeks and people move on. Thanks, by the way, to Albeat Kaban for the membership. That's so nice of you. Also, Choctaw Native. Thanks for the gift memberships, Choctaw Native. Tom Lewis, I've heard nothing at all to suggest the Supreme Leader has been attacked. Nothing reliable at all. There were a bunch of internet rumors with no good sourcing claiming that Israel attacked the Supreme Leader tonight. I've heard nothing reliable all night about that. Nothing I would consider credible. As I said earlier. By the way, I think the sun is coming up in Iran. Oh, thanks so much to AZ Intel's dad. Is it really AZ Intel's dad? Thank you so much. Also, Chris Kubako. Thanks, Chris. That's really nice of you. And I don't know what's going to happen day to day with this, you know. There could be all kinds of things. USMC thinks it is too quiet. Yes, the strikes that hit this morning, the missile strikes, were at around 7 a.m. Israel time. But I think between the internet blackout in Iran, reducing the amount coming out from there, and the fact that President Trump has said 2 weeks today, rather than people think he was going to decide at any moment, that probably affects things a lot. Superhero says possible, or he just wants to keep everyone in suspense and get the attention. Faytuck's network mentioned that Trump posted on True Social. Where? Why am I not seeing any new? I don't see any new posts. I don't see any new posts myself. I don't see it. I'm on True Social right now looking. Oh, hold on. Nope. Oh, no, he posted... It's a post of somebody else talking. It looks like some of his posts on True Social are like reposts of other stuff. So I don't pay those as much mind to those. There's a repost on his account of a Fox News broadcast where somebody is saying that Trump is not afraid to take out Forgo. Forgo, it should be Fordo. Thanks, nah, but you gotta obey the rules of the chat. What'll happen is maybe right when I go off the air, there'll be some kind of big news. But it's fine because I can always jump back on the air and cover big news if it happens. We'll give it a little while longer and see if anything pops up. Sun comes up in an hour and 10 minutes in Tel Aviv, by the way. Oh, I got the original Tel Aviv stream back. Hey guys, the Tel Aviv stream, the original one is back. Hang on a moment, check it out. Check it out. Oopsie. Hold on. Is it the same one? Might be the same one as the other one. Well, either way. Now what's happening? Hold on a second. Oh, I see. Yeah, that Tel Aviv cam is better than the previous one. No, there has not been any missile attacks during the stream. Hey, thank you, Nah. I accept your apology. Nah, thank you. Unknown musician, thank you. I don't know if the missile strikes are weather dependent at all. I don't recall it really raining since we've been watching it. So they clearly can fire them when it's not raining. But I don't know if it's raining if that affects things. It's a good question. That's a whole interesting question about missiles colliding with rain. There's some different articles about it. Yes, Israel has launched some airstrikes today on Iran. Kojak, I believe the ballistic missiles take like 10 to 12 minutes to get to Israel from Iran. The ballistic missiles, which is what they've been firing. Thank you, Kojak. Has Iran given up? I don't think Iran's given up, but I think they might be conserving their missiles. Maybe also Iran is concerned that if they bring out their launchers, they'll get shot by Israel. So they want to do it fewer times. Thanks, LL, by the way. I appreciate it, LL. Thank you. When will the internet be back in Iran? I have absolutely no idea. I don't know if they're just going to keep it down for the duration. It's up to the government there, but I don't know. Erroneous Batch says no ceasefire, please. We're so close to a free Persia, and Iranian proxies losing their sugar daddy. Thanks, by the way, to Philip Jenkins. It's very nice of you, Philip. Thank you. Oh, I just saw a writer with the New York Times posted a link to his article. It's the article in the New York Times. I'll post the link in the chat. I guess it's a gift link, so you should all be able to read it. But it says, U.S. spy agencies assess Iran remains undecided on building a bomb. But it also says, senior U.S. intelligence officials said that if Iranian leaders were likely to shift toward producing a bomb. Sorry. I messed that up. The New York Times is reporting senior U.S. intelligence officials said Iranian leaders were likely to shift toward producing a bomb if the American military attacked the uranium enrichment site Fordo or if Israel killed Iran's supreme leader. Thanks to John Jacques. I was just, Bloomberg is still mentioning the possibility of a weekend strike. They mentioned this yesterday. Bloomberg says senior U.S. officials have been preparing for the possibility of a strike on Iran. People familiar with the matter said, with some pointing to potential plans for a weekend strike. Now, that was being reported yesterday. I wonder if Trump changed his mind. I wonder if when he was coming back from G7, he really thought we're going to do it. Hold on a second here. I'm looking at something. Thanks also Reggio and Isabella and MK. Thank you. And Wonton 8888 and Arrow Pitura and Kojak. Arrow Pitura says Israel has been running low on their interceptors and Iran is running low on missiles. Can this really go on for 2 weeks more with this intensity? Well, maybe not. There have been articles floating around about how they're both running out of, missiles and projectiles. Missiles, interceptors. Thanks, Cal Reeves, as well. Cal Reeves guarded some desalination plants when he was deployed in the Middle East. Said the countries in the Gulf have their own desalination plants. Thanks, Cal Reeves, for your service. Thanks, India Comparison, as well. And LL. OSIN Technical said smoke and fire reported south of where? Oh, Rasht. Yeah, it's the place where Israel had ordered an evacuation order before. I'm trying to figure out what to do. Because I'm not going to stay on indefinitely if I don't have updates. But at the same time, I feel like it's possible that sometimes Iran has launched stuff around sunrise time, end of the evening. So I don't want to abandon the stream and then have that happen. It feels like they're due. Am I right in that it hasn't happened the whole time we've been on the air? Yeah. I could probably go until the sun comes up in like an hour. Bird Beast thinks something is up. Hey, thanks, Mouse. Mouse thinks Iran will leave things unless Israel escalates further. Iran will now likely have a secret WMD program, even if they didn't before, thinks Mouse. Some other people think that too. Israel at some point is going to attack because, like in some kind of significant way, because of the airstrikes, because of the missile strikes this morning. They have said that. Was there a State Department press briefing today? Did I miss it? I didn't see it being televised anywhere. I didn't see anything about one. No, I think AFP has a weird... They posted something on AFP about it, but I don't think there is one, or there was one. Wow, @#hashtag gave 50 memberships. That's so nice of you. Make sure you thank @hashtag. 50 memberships. That's super nice of you. Thank you. I'll keep the stream going until sunrise Israel time. I commit to doing that. I'll keep it going till sunrise Israel time. I'm not going to commit till after that. It's just kind of the nature of this story that you don't know when things will happen. I mean, yesterday we were on in the morning and then the missile attack happened. Now, I didn't know in advance it was going to happen then. It did. So the point is sort of to cover it and be around for when stuff happens. So we'll stay on until at least the sun comes up. Starting to see it a little in Haifa. But I'm sorry we don't have a lot of big developments for you, because I know you prefer when there's more news. But, you know, I can't control the news. Roger Shoemaker says it will be up in about an hour. This might be the first night they go without a missile launch during the nighttime. Thanks to Anthony Colleen Rivas and Eshan. Hold on a second here. Eshan Saka Amini. From Malaysia, and Murakami, and Nursi Mack, and Kubert. Kubert says any word where the Iranian refugees fled once they evacuated? Oh, you mean people from Tehran? I don't know where people who left the capital, Tehran, I don't know where they went. Some people left because of the bombing in Tehran. I don't know if any people left because of Trump's threats. William Wildaki says, perhaps Iran changing strategies, daytime attacks. One of our other viewers was saying that. I don't know. Nathaniel says, might be harder to see the missiles with the sun glare. Yeah, one of the viewers was saying, could it be harder to shoot them down in the daytime? I have no idea. But, you know, as one of the viewers said, if they were successful with some direct hits during the day, maybe they'll want to launch some more during the day. No idea. Stephen Whitaker says, I don't think interceptors care if it's daytime or nighttime. Mike says they use infrared, so it does not matter. Thanks, Ernesto Arribas. Cut the BS thinks there might be a deal in the works, and that's why it's calm. Really? That's a bold prediction. A deal in the works? You never know. I mean, they just bombed a hospital. They just had a direct hit on a hospital, Iran. Michael Lauzon thinks that there are going to be missiles fired. I was just checking a few of the messages here. I appreciate people writing in with news tips that they see. I do my best to check them all out. Sometimes it gets delayed. Ecalb Andrew thinks that maybe Trump is basically giving Israel 2 weeks to do whatever they want because Iran will think they have to save weapons, save missiles for if the Israel gets in, for if America gets involved. Although I showed a post from Tyler Rogaway, who's a military expert, who said that if the U.S. got involved, the most important weapons would be more short-range missiles instead of the long-range ones they fire at Israel. So the missiles they might use to get back at the U.S. are, in theory, different than the ones they've been firing at Israel. Starting to see some light here. Are we going to have the first night without a missile launch overnight? Sort of like a milestone. I mean a missile launch. Oh wow, thanks so much to CAC813, so kind of you. CAC813, Erroneous Batch, Orbus. Orbus thinks they decided to start early in the day rather than be up all night. Maybe they think Israel is looking out for that more during the day, like looking out for their launchers or something. I don't know. No idea. Thanks to the Desk Chicken. CAC813, thank you. Mouse CA. Mouse CA says unpredictability of launch times could be used to keep the public on high alert. Right, Mouse is saying that if they want to cause disturbance in Israel and concern, they wouldn't stick to the same schedule every day. Thank you, Mouse from Canada. Thanks also to CAC813. So nice of you. Wow, so nice of you. And Tyler Reynolds as well. Whoa. Very kind of you guys. Thank you. Also, Dream Squad HD. Yeah, it is interesting, Dream Squad HD, that CNN is allowed to go there and have somebody in Tehran. I mean, I'm sure they're limited what they can show, but it is interesting. Thanks, Kristen Hampshire, our member. Delaware Sasquatch, who thinks maybe they're switching the kind of missiles they're using. Thanks, Demetrius Vam. Yeah, I mentioned earlier that there's some unconfirmed reporting suggesting that Israel targeted that site that they had issued an evacuation order before, which some people online said was a carbon fiber factory. But we'll see if Israel confirms that. Thanks, Demetrius Vam. I'm going to just take a minute here. Give me 1 minute. As we watch the sun come up, give me 1 minute. All right. 1 minute, coming right back. Oh, I'm going to have to put this down because now you can't see the camera. I'll put it right down here. There we go. Hey, the sun's coming up. Look at this on our different cameras. The sun is coming up. Oh, thanks to Lux Day, who mentioned that NetBlocks had posted again. I had missed this before. Update on the internet outage on the government shutting down the internet in Iran. NetBlocks says Iran has now been disconnected from the global internet for 36 hours. Live metrics show national connectivity remains in the low few percent of ordinary levels, with only a handful of users able to connect via multi-hop VPNs. Look at this. Look at the percentages. It just dropped. The government shut it down. They shut it down. People can't use the internet there. Probably hurts people's businesses too. Is this because they don't want people sharing images of all the destruction in the country? Is it because they don't want people talking about that things are not going well in the country? I don't know. I can think of different reasons. Or organizing protests. Some of our viewers have talked about these things too. I mean, it would be a way of not having people share, hey, look, this building was destroyed or something. Or complaining. Candy says it's about control. Now, when they did it, they claimed they were doing it because because Israel was somehow using the Iranian internet for their own purposes. That's what they said, but I don't know about that idea. Look at how pretty the shot of Tel Aviv is. Hey, thanks, KC Steve. KC Steve says every day Israel reduces the risk to U.S. should the decision to go in be given. Waiting gives diplomacy a slim chance while Israel continues to degrade Iran's ability to respond. Yeah, we had read a post from Tyler Rogaway earlier that said something like that, saying that giving more time would allow Israel more time to degrade Iran's capacity. Although I don't know, I don't know that right now Iran has any kind of significant capacity to shoot down American B-2 or something. I don't know, but I don't know how big a practical difference extra degradation is going to make to like a U.S. attack on Fordo. It does give diplomacy a chance, as you say, KC Steve. Thank you so much, KC Steve. Cheyenne Yazdi, thank you, thinks they're trying to control the narrative inside Iran, as well as stopping from images to get in from outside. That's also another good point, is stopping communication with the outside world. And you're also controlling a narrative about how the war is going and all that. Thanks, G. Leatherman. And thanks, Cheyenne. And thanks, JJ, the peace and love guy. Thank you, JJ. He says, lives can be so different all over the world. H&W, thank you, who says moonless sky on June 25th. I don't know that would play any kind of role. I have no idea if that would play any kind of role in planning this operation. Thanks, India Comparison. Mama 457 Rose. Polly Wally Golly. JPC 1982. We'll see. Shout out to RJ, who's modding over there. Thanks, RJ. Appreciate it. Shout out also to I Got That Fire on Twitch. Mark HNC, McBritches, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev modding there. Thank you. Margaret Riley, Charlotte Webb, Paul Anderson. Thank you. Thanks, Lou Knight, for subscribing over there on Facebook. Shannon Davis Hughes as well. And Margaret Riley. And our other subscribers. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderating on X. Thanks. Fars state media in Iran just said the Friday of Anger and Victory March will be held today after Friday prayers across the provinces of Iran. It's time for the Iranian people to be angry. They say it was last Friday that Israel attacked Iran. Now today, people across Iran will march against the Israeli oppression and brutality. This is what the state media is saying. American fortresses, will we go 24 hours without missiles? I think the last one was about 13 hours ago. Thank you, Bonnie Newsy. Bonnie Newsy for the gift membership. So nice of you. And David. And Zach Hudson. And Jesus is Lord. And Captain Obvious. Also, I owe a thanks to Laura Martin G. Leatherman and Shade Tree Mechanics. Hey, thanks, Shade Tree Mechanics, who gave some gift memberships out. That's nice of you. And Jimmy P. Wow, so kind of you guys. Thanks for supporting the channel. I really appreciate that. Jimmy P. John Horner. Thank you, John Horner and Jimmy P. And Christopher Sievers. Could it be true about, could the rumors be true about the strikes about Ayatollah's bunker? I don't see why, because I'm pretty confident that if Israel had attacked the supreme leader's bunker and killed him, we would be hearing something from somebody about it, and something would be going on. Aside from internet rumors. Usually when those things happen, you start hearing about it. And not just internet rumors. That's my thought. Feel free to prove me wrong, but OSINT technical point. I don't know. I can't read into this, but OSINT technical was mentioning some big cargo plane was flying somewhere. Is this the one he mentioned? RCH 2097. Oh, maybe it already flew. I don't even know. Thanks, Christopher Johnson and Snolly007 and Miss Kitty for the gift membership. So kind of you. And Lola P for the gift memberships. Thank you. I think it's going to be the first night since last week without a missile launch. It really looks like it's going to be. James is watching in the UK. AP says Israeli airstrikes reached in the city of Rasht on the Caspian Sea early Friday, said Iranian media. The Israeli military had warned the public to flee the area around Rasht's industrial city, southwest of the city's downtown. But, says AP, with Iran's internet shut off to the outside world, it's unclear just how many people could see the evacuation message. Thanks to Razor Sharp, who says IAF tracked England's F-35B very easily. Do you mean it was trackable on flight radar? I'm confused. But thank you, Razor Sharp. If you want, you can go to flightradar24.com. You can set a filter for military planes. These are all these all? Yeah, these are all military or government planes. Anyways. Flightradar24.com. Thanks, Shogunate Vizard. Thank you. And Paul J. ISNA, Iranian media is claiming, we heard this earlier, Iranian media is claiming that Iran shot down an Israeli drone. That's the second time tonight it's been reported. Iran shot down a drone a couple days ago. There are multiple reports that Iran did that again. Now, I haven't seen that confirmed, but they might have. So I'm interested to see if that's true. I went to the IRNA. Oh, the IRNA website doesn't work. I went to the IRNA website to see what Iranian state media is posting, which is an Iranian website, and then it's like, oh, the website doesn't work because the internet's down. Oh. So I can't go to the Iranian websites, the Iranian news sites that I go to that are in Iran. I bet they all don't work. I was like, why isn't it working? Well, there's no internet. Ken Gold says no internet. Let's try this other site. I'm trying another website in Iran. I bet it won't work. I was trying to find a story about the drone. Nope. The websites, the various Iranian websites I would check for news, they all don't work because the internet's down. How about that? Al Jazeera says Iran's ISNA news agency claims that Iranian air defenses shot down an Israeli drone in Shorabad, south of Tehran. Did I find it here? Hold on. Yes, ISNA, Iran news outlet ISNA says the army's air defenses destroyed an Israeli drone in the Shorabad, Karizak area in Ray City. That's what they say. Casey says no bombs tonight. Well, no missiles. Israel's conducted some attacks. Oh, thanks, Thomas Uhlendorf from Germany. Hey, Thomas, that's really nice of you. Thanks for watching in Germany. I appreciate that. Thanks also, Jonathan DIY. Thank you, Jonathan. I think Jonathan is posting about Israel allegedly killing people in Gaza in some incident from the past day. I haven't looked it up. By the way, thanks, War Thunder Shorts and Clips. War Thunder Shorts and Clips, thank you. Oh, thanks, Razor Sharp. I see your... Oh, Razor Sharp said there was a report that a stealth fighter was tracked by who? The Iranian Air Force? The Israeli Air Force? It's a little tangential to our topic. The Indian Air Force. I see. Economic Climb says Indian Air Force has a story about Indian Air Force detecting the UK's F-35B jet. It says, has India cracked the stealth code? That I don't know. I know nothing about this. Thank you, though. Razor Sharp. Also, Kef Supreme Leader of Yardley. Thank you, Shrimp Wagon. Maybe more emojis one day. Shrimp Wagon, thank you. Pat Girl 58, Paul J. We're going to give it a few more minutes. I said I would stay on until the sun comes up, even though it's been pretty quiet during our broadcast. I said I would stay on till the sun comes up. I'm staying true to my word. Hugo says, war only lasted 6 days. I am guessing there will be a bunch more. Look, there's still airstrikes going on. There were plenty of airstrikes we were vaguely hearing about in Iran. We're just not seeing them. The internet's off there. So there's clearly strike. Well, I mean, actually, here, remember this, Israel actually evacuated an area and reportedly took out a carbon fiber plant. So, but we don't have video of it. You know, if there was a live stream of the carbon fiber plant, you'd probably be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they're blowing this thing up. It's such destruction. But you don't see it, you know, so it seems like there's nothing going on. But I think there's plenty happening in Iran. You're just not seeing it. Oh, the Haifa cam looks good. Hey, this is like the first time we've been able to see the Haifa cam like this in a while. See? We couldn't see it like this yesterday. So basically the Haifa cam is back. It was all pointed up in the sky yesterday, so it's good to have. Why is the Jerusalem cam so off? I'm sorry, the Jerusalem cam should be fixed. Hold on a second here. I'm sorry, I messed up the Jerusalem camera. Stupid. I wasn't paying attention. I mean, it was the right camera, it's just I didn't have it set up right. That's clearly not it. There it is. That's better. Sorry about that. As Faytuck's network mentioned, President Trump has a national security meeting in the Oval Office scheduled tomorrow for 11 a.m. I just saw it on the schedule myself. Hey, thanks, by the way, so much to Lisa Baptist. Thank you, Lisa. And Brian Beelman. Thank you, Brian. Brian says, we as people never learn to be together. Thank you, Baron Jonas Abe from Munich, Germany. Thanks for watching from Munich, Baron. Also, Pack Wars. Do I have any information about the bunker missile hit on the supreme leader of Iran today? My information is that there was never any reliable information it was happening. These accounts online would post this stuff with no sourcing of it. No reliable source posted it. Everybody kept repeating everybody else, and I still have no information from any kind of reliable source that it happened. And it reminds me of 3 days ago when everybody online was yelling and screaming about how Fordo had been attacked, and nobody was providing any good sourcing of it, and that was just false. So if it turns out to be false again, I hope you maybe adjust the way you draw conclusions from the sources you're looking at. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be picking on Pack Wars. This has been 7 hours of people. I'm not exaggerating. It's been 7 hours of people saying this. Look, we as citizens of the world need to be discerning consumers of information. It's important for us to be able to sort through the info out there and know what's worth believing and what's just rumor. That's important. Because if we don't, then anyone can just basically make us believe anything they want us to believe. So that's why I get frustrated about it. But I do appreciate it, Pack Wars. Thank you for your support. Pack Wars probably hates me now. It wasn't you. It was the 7 hours of it happening. Thank you, WW2 Patch Guy. Appreciate it. Razor Sharp. I'll have to keep an eye on that story, Razor Sharp. Oops, Facebook ended. I'll have to restart Facebook now. Justin D said it as well. Yeah, it's kind of, Justin said FK-35B made emergency landing in India. It's a little bit off topic for this broadcast, just to be clear. Maybe I can direct people to a story about it if I see it. Thank you, Justin D. I appreciate that. Just to be clear, though, I probably won't pursue the story on this broadcast. Oh, I see some people made videos about it a couple days ago. All right, if you want to, you can look up story Times of India. IAF confirms emergency landing of UK's F-35B fighter at their airport. Anyways, I'm not going to cover it here because I don't really see a big connection to this story. But you could Google it. Oh, I was going to restart Facebook. Oops. No, Facebook is still going. Oh, I guess it just ended, Facebook. It just ended. Oh, did I restart it? I might have restarted. Let's try this again. Not even paying attention to what I'm doing. Okay. I think we're good. Thank you to Wungus Birdlegs, thank you. Also, Casey Rich. Thanks, Casey. I appreciate that. Thanks for spreading the word. Rotan Lova, thank you. Dripped Out Outlaw, thank you. Says the truth always wins. Damon Reinhardt, thank you. Baron Jones Abay, thanks for the gift memberships. Thank you, I Am Fatness. And Sentient Streaming. Thank you. Guys, we're getting close to sunrise. We're getting very close to sunrise. That's when I said I'd stay on until. Al Jazeera quotes Kremlin spokesperson as saying those who talk about assassinating the supreme leader, Khamenei, should realize they are opening a Pandora's box. Kremlin spokesman. According to Al Jazeera, Kremlin spokesman says assassinating the supreme leader will lead to a backlash from within Iran and the emergence of an extremist mood within the country. Sounds like Kremlin spokesperson is trying to discourage an assassination of the supreme leader. Oh, thank you, Pack Wars. Sorry, Pack Wars. I didn't mean to call you out. I appreciate it, Pack Wars. My bad. Thanks for being understanding. You and your wife. That's Pack Wars. Oh, that camera got all dark on me. Why? They got to fix this camera. Maybe they're going to fix it. I got to brighten it up, I think. Oh, there you go. Thanks, Baron Jonas Abay. Thanks, Mary Termini. Thanks, Filter Troll. And Bunsen Rockenstone. And Sobek. Hold on. The Mr. Richard says China has started to speak about their special interests in the region. They want to supply their missile materials to Iran. Is that true? There's an article from France 24 saying that the cargo planes, which look like they're flying from China to Iran aren't really doing that. I don't really have the energy at this point to get all into that again, but I'm going to post a link to the article for you in the chat right now, the France 24 article. You can read it. It says, watch out for flight tracking images showing Chinese cargo planes landing in Iran. That's what it says. A whole article about it. There were barely any drone alerts tonight, overnight. Cal Rule asked about Israeli restrictions on reporting stuff. So, I mean, look, the Israeli press reports from the sites of when missiles hit. They did this morning. We were watching Israeli press reporting it. I think they get sensitive, Israel. Where they seem particularly sensitive is just posting locations of where missiles hit. Now, I guess maybe if it's like a building, it's just you're not going to keep that secret. They were really sensitive about the oil refinery one in Haifa. But it's not like, I mean, they say don't post these things, but they're clearly not totally blacking it out because there's plenty of coverage, Israeli video coverage when something like happens like it happened this morning or yesterday, whatever morning it was. Yes, this morning. But I don't observe what they show on their domestic coverage all the time. I'm not watching, Channel 12 News Israel all the time. So I don't know how that works. Oopsie. Thanks Losty, who says sunrise is as beautiful as ever. Thanks Da Bears Dude. Da Bears Dude says, I hope a quiet night for Israel was a sign of things to come and not a quiet before the storm. Let there be peace on the horizon. Look, it's a good question as to how things are going to progress. How much is Iran going to keep striking Israel? How many missiles do they have? Do not know. But this is the first night there hasn't been a missile launched. Thank you, Jackie Glassman Rubin, by the way. Over on Facebook for the Facebook stars. Hang on a second here. Coltosaurus says, we watched Flight Radar 24 today, and C-17s are hauling a bunch of stuff to the Middle East. A lot of stuff. Oh, hold on. We have a missile pre-alert. Hey guys, there is a missile pre-alert, which means that there's probably going to be a missile alert momentarily, just as the sun comes up. Missile pre-alert in Israel. You can see the cameras moving there. Missile pre-alert. How about that? So we're probably going to see a missile warning soon. I'm going to move this down here. Earlier than yesterday, well, I don't know when they all were yesterday. The one where the hospital was hit was like 7 in the morning. But after the whole night, a missile pre-alert. Warnings expected soon. Missile launches. Nothing from the IDF yet, though. IDF has not posted. I don't see an IDF post yet. That's the big one, because then they say we detected them. But alarms are expected soon. Yes, the IDF has detected missiles coming in. Missiles are coming in now. Missiles are coming in now. Well, there you go. And we'll wait and see where. I'm waiting to see the alert, rocket alert. Well, I got a few cameras up there, so we'll just see what happens. I don't know if it'll be on any of these cameras. Could be. We got the Haifa camera, Jerusalem, Tel Aviv. Let me go back and look on Telegram. Or look on the home front command. Negev, Dead Sea, Negev, 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 Dead Sea. Center of the country? I'm going to get the Modine stream up just in the background. Let me throw that up here. If I can get it on the screen for myself. I'll have the Modine stream prepared. That's not good. All right, I am looking at the cameras you're looking at. I am looking at a camera from Modine as well. I am not seeing the rocket alert yet. Oh, somebody said a lot more were just added. Well, we'll just have to see then. I'm sitting here watching the rocket alert, missile alert map for when it pops up. But warnings, again, missiles incoming. Missiles are incoming. Okay, I see a bunch in the center of the country. Around Beersheba in the south, where the missile hit at the hospital. Around Beersheba. I'm probably pronouncing that right. Beersheba. So there's a bunch around Beersheba in the south. I don't know if those will be on any of our cameras, because I don't have cameras in the south. I have Modine, but I don't know that we're going to see anything on Modine. Beersheba, that's the ones I'm seeing right now is for the south around Beersheba, east of Gaza. And again, I don't have cameras from there. But that is where the hospital was hit yesterday. All the alerts I've seen so far are in the south. Around Beersheba, that general area there in the south. Here, real quick, I'll show you. Right there. East of Gaza. So far. That's on the SOFAR map. So far on the SOFAR map. That's where they all are so far, in the south. None of the cameras is showing that. Just because there's lots of alerts doesn't mean there's a lot of missiles. Whenever a missile comes in, it sets off, any one missile will set off a lot of alerts because it's unclear exactly where it will hit. You can't judge the number of missiles from the number of the alerts. Beersheba in the south. Again, I'm just seeing stuff in the south there. South of Hebron. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but again, I don't know that any of our cameras will have those missiles on it. Yeah, so again, I'm just looking at the cameras here, but as of right now, given where these, if these alerts continue in the south, we might not see any of these. It's possible you'll see some in the distance, especially maybe the Jerusalem cam. I don't think you're going to see them in Haifa. I have a camera, if need be, from the center of the country, Modin. I mean, there might be rockets hitting, missiles hitting right now. I'm not seeing reports of it. Yes, I am hearing a report of explosions in the south, which probably means at least interceptions in the south. One of the Telegram accounts I follow is saying explosions heard in the south. So this might be happening right now in southern Israel. None of my cameras are showing it. None of the cameras I'm looking at are showing it. So, but that it might be happening right now in southern Israel. And the alerts are now gone. The alerts are now gone there. There's that blue area, but it might have just happened. Hang on a second here. Let me check the reporting here. I got to turn that Jerusalem camera down. So sirens, Manny Fabian reports the sirens went off in Beersheba and surrounding towns in the south. So again, away from our cameras and the various cameras I have. Beersheba. I don't know if any missiles hit. Amir Bobat, who's an Israeli reporter I follow, says evaluation at this stage, single launches. It sounds like maybe a smaller batch. Okay, news, political and security cabinet on Telegram, who I follow. These are just a few launches to the Negev. Just a few launches. Hot News, who I follow, says report of a fall in open space. This N12 account I follow says no reports of missile hits or injuries received. So again, it sounds like it was a smaller batch. No reports of people injured or significant damage at this point, from what I'm seeing. One report from a reporter with N12 claims it was a single missile launched from Iran towards the Negev, and it was intercepted. I'll see if that gets confirmed. It's possible this was just one missile. It's possible it was one missile. The Negev is a desert and semi-desert region of southern Israel. Now, some of our viewers pointed out that the Dimona nuclear installation is in the Negev. But it would be tough for Israel to hit a target like that, or for Iran to hit a target like that. I'm sure it's well protected with, with missile defense. The Dimona reactor. Again, I'm hearing reports that this was possibly a single missile. MDA says there are no reports of casualties. Oh, guess what? Iranian media, I'm hearing, might be saying there was a report that Iranian media claimed, I haven't seen it myself. There's a report that Iranian media claimed that they had launched missiles toward the reactor. This might be a case, look, I talked about this before, where Iran threatens something, then they launch a couple missiles in the area and they say, oh, we attacked this thing. So it might be a case where they just sent a missile or two in the general area of the reactor and said, we attacked the reactor. Again, no reports of injuries or significant damage right now. I think it's possible that a missile landed in an open area or debris. The hot news, which I follow on Telegram, is saying that according to local authorities, there was a missile that fell. Oh, maybe one. Now we're seeing possibly a missile did fall and hit. Well, hold on a second now. Now it looks like there may have been a fall. I'm seeing, but I can't tell if this is from today or yesterday. There's some accounts saying that a missile fell. No injuries have been reported yet. Well, I'm going to keep looking. Okay, now I'm seeing from N12 report of several vehicles on fire, apparently following interception shrapnel falling down. You can have an interception and then stuff falls down from the sky and it can cause damage or fires. Yeah, reporter for N12 says report of several vehicles on fire, apparently following interception shrapnel, no reports of casualties. I'm seeing it right here. It's like a parking lot with some vehicles on fire. That's what I'm seeing pictures of. I believe that is what happened. The event is over. Homefront Command says the event is over. You can leave your protected areas. You can leave your shelters. To repeat, from what I'm seeing, there is one place where debris hit the ground. I've seen it described in Israeli media as interception debris, and looks like some cars in a parking lot are on fire. No reports of injuries. The map for the missiles I look at is called SOFAR, TZOFAR. They have an app too. SOFAR Red Alert, TZOFAR. Oh, I'm seeing another thing. Yeah, so... Whoa, hold on a second. So what I'm seeing is there's a couple different videos of, again, it looks like several vehicles on fire. I don't see any buildings on fire. I seen a report that it was interception debris. Yeah, a couple accounts are saying that it was interception fragments. I don't even have a link I can put in the chat yet. If I get one, I'll throw it in there for you. Yeah, another picture. Yeah, it looks like maybe some stuff came down in pieces and started some fires where it came down. I haven't seen anything about it being more than one missile at this point. Oh, here it is. AZ Intel grabbed the video. I'll post the link in the chat. It's the same video I was looking at, one of them. And again, as my understanding is that it wasn't even a, yeah, it was debris. Thanks, AZ Intel, for posting it. I just posted a link in the chat for you. Faytux Network posted a picture of something else I had seen. And I'll post another link in the chat for you to Faytux Network's post. You can see it on the other side. I don't have the rights to the photo. I'd show them if I had the rights to them. But I put the links in for you in the chat. Again, the event is over. People are being told they can leave their shelters. Thank you, by the way, to War Rumors and also to Trading Space, who I think might be watching from India. Oh no, Indonesia. Trading Space is in Indonesia. Thanks for watching from there, Trading Space. Thanks also to Vern Dude and Jerry Naninga and Gimbal. Captain Obvious, I don't believe there was such short notice. That's usually what happens. There's a pre-alert, and then a couple minutes after there's alert, and then a couple minutes after that, the missiles come in. So that's generally how it happens. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Deborah Haley. Deborah Haley says, what's behind the U.S. loyalty to Israel? That's what Deborah Haley, it only takes one person, says in the chat. Thanks, Deborah. I really appreciate your support. MDA says no physical injuries at that scene, where it looks like a missile hit a parking lot near an apartment building. Yeah, I mean, Iranian state media claims there are 18 injuries. I've seen no Israeli sources say there are any injuries. None. Here's another video that AZ Intel posted of the scene. I just posted it in the chat for you guys. Oh, what is this from? Oh, thanks so much to Vanessa. She says, I wonder how long this war goes on and if the supreme leader Khamenei can last much longer. I don't have answers to either of your questions. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you also, that guy. I appreciate it. And NS Pops, thank you. Someone asked about Iron Dome. The Iron Dome is a system for rockets, short-range rockets that get fired from like Gaza and Lebanon. Iron Dome is a different, Israel uses a different system to shoot to shoot down missiles coming, I think a couple different ones, but to shoot down missiles coming from Iran. So it's a different system than the Iron Dome. Oh, hey guys, I have more pictures. That building suffered a bunch of damage. Wow. I'm going to post it in the chat right now for you. I just posted it in the chat. That building suffered a bunch of damage. I should post, I didn't do this before because we weren't posting much stuff, but I'll post a link to my X account in the chat. How about that? It's fortunate that no one was injured. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I had heard a small number of missiles were fired. That one apparently got through. That's a lot of damage. Looks like it hit in the parking lot in front of the building. Can you guys see that picture? I'll post a link to it again. It's on my X account too, @Lookner on X. You can go over to my X account and see my post there. Thank you, by the way, to very much to Thumin Win, if I'm pronouncing that right. No, it's probably not right. Hang on a second here. Maybe it is. Maybe it's Thumin Win. I'll go with Thumin Win. I'm sorry if I pronounced it wrong. No, maybe I didn't. I don't know. I'm doing my best. But thank you. Thanks also Sal Zafiro and Sean. Hold on a second here. This account broke the rules. UV and JT broke the rules. But thank you. But you broke the rules. One missile hit, apparent missile hit, causes damage in Israel. No injuries. Anyways, and there's a big crater in the parking lot. Did you guys see the big crater in the parking lot? Look at that. Again, I posted these on my X account @Lookner. So a big crater in the parking lot. It's good nobody was out there, and several cars destroyed. And the building significantly damaged. Well, that could have been a lot worse in terms of injuries. So another missile has gotten through. Joe Seals, wow. Joe, that's very generous of you, Joe. Once again, extremely generous of Joe Seals. Thank you, Joe. Joe is, a lot of you know Joe from Right Side. Some of you know Joe from Right Side, depending on who's watching. But Joe, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Joe. Thank you. And Ben and Eli. I'd like to know how many total missiles were fired. But again, it wasn't that many. And one of them made it through, it looks like. That could have been a lot worse. That could have definitely been a lot worse. It's possible that if that landed on the building, that could have killed people. If people were in their safe rooms in the building, and it just landed on the building, it could have killed people in the building. Merlin says it's a bad ratio. Well, if it's 1 out of 3 made it or something, you know, again, I don't have an exact number, but I believe it was just a handful. The security cabinet on Telegram says that the local municipality claims it was most likely a direct hit. The police are investigating. I don't have any kind of video from the scene after. Hey, thanks MTKDX for the membership. So nice of you. Thank you. Also, Michigan Rowdy on Twitch. Thank you so much for your support. Brainstorm Warning, Anime Dog, Miss Anthropos, Jay Stubbles, Basic B. I'm a little behind on my Twitch thank yous. That's not good. I Am You Are Me. I got behind on my Twitch thank yous. Larry Picklejar, thank you. Old Man Racer. One of our viewers claimed it was a Microsoft office. I don't know. I had thought it was an apartment building, but I might be wrong about that. I'm looking at a picture of the building. It doesn't say Microsoft on the front, but it could have been. At least in the picture I looked at. Our viewers have different opinions on whether it was a Microsoft office. One of them says behind Microsoft. Well, no, I saw in a video from inside a building, and it was an apartment building. So I'm going to assume it was an apartment building for now, because the video I saw showed some significant damage, and it looked like it was next to what happened. Austin says the Microsoft office was down the street from the building that took the most damage. Yeah, I mean, again, I think the video I saw was from the building itself, and that had like a bed in it, if I remember right. Mitchell Ulrich sent me what he says is a geolocation. Mitchell Ulrich. I did the street view, but it looks like the street view is from when they were building it. Thanks, Mitchell, for sending that in. Thyga Spice says the sign on the front of the building in Hebrews translate to BBC Naveco, which is a residential apartment. Thank you, Thyga Spice. Thank you. And Rotan Lova and James. Also, shout out to RJ, who's moderating right now. Thank you so much, RJ. And also, over there on Twitch, I Got That Fire, Mark NC, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev, thank you. Over on Facebook, Charlotte Webb, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, thanks to all of our Facebook mods. Linda Bell, Glary, and Misha, thank you for modding on X. Thanks to our YouTube members, people like Mama457 Rose, Music Muse, Captain Obvious, Gene Romaine, Root Cellar, Turned Off, Losty, GM2 Rob Guns, Ethereal Planet, Darag Tubridi. Thanks for being members. Crazy Ape, Gary Baines, Elizabeth G, Wes Downer, Big Daddy K, Krusty, Music Muse, Cammy, Turned Off, Alan, Toby N, Dr. McRib, Chris from Queensda, and the Fed, Brad Larkin, thank you. Root Cellar, Tessa Armstrong, Natalie A. Thanks, YouTube members. Sean, Mr. K, Toby N, Brenda Triplett, thank you. Yeah, I'm seeing another video from what looks like, well, I think it's maybe the same video. There's clearly a video of damage that's an apartment building. So, again. Oh, the MDA says, according to N12, the MDA says a couple, okay, 1 lightly injured and 30 people with like anxiety. They call them panic victims, but they're not physical injuries. So 30 being attended to for kind of panic anxiety related condition. 1 physical injury, lightly injured, according to MDA. That's from IDF. Also, no, that's from MDA. N12 is saying that the IDF is saying it wasn't intercepted. So presumably that was a direct hit. Yes, Almog Boker. Now Almog Boker, with Channel 12, he says second time in 24 hours, a direct hit in Beersheba. He says there was only 1 missile launched. Was there only 1 missile launched? Yes, this was a direct hit, says the IDF, according to Almog Boker. So yeah, it's the second direct hit in Beersheba in 2 days. Beersheba. And I don't even know that there were any other missiles fired. How did they miss that, says Shell. I don't know. Shell Caballero. Maybe Iran's going to fire more at the south if they think there's a better chance of them getting through. Hey, thanks, Brad Larkin. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it's a good question if this is a big deficiency in the Israel air defense, that you have two direct hits in 2 days in Beersheba in southern Israel. I don't even know that there was more than one missile fired today. For yesterday, for southern Israel, there weren't that many. I think the whole wave was 30, and it involved missiles in multiple locations. So, that's a good question. Eddie says, could be a weakness in the Iron Dome in that spot. I had read an article the last couple of days that talked about if they're limited in their interceptors, they might not they might prioritize certain areas over others. You know, there have been articles talking about how they might be running low on their interceptors in the same way that Iran is probably running low on their missiles. Captain Obvious has only one missile in the last 23 hours. I think it's been in the last maybe 14 hours. Joshua Seka asked about drones. There were a few drones shot down by the Israeli military since we've been on the air. There were a couple drone alerts, and the military reported shooting several of them down. There have been, I believe the military says that Iran has fired, I think, over 1,000 at them during the conflict in the last week. Manny Fabian says the IDF said 4 drones launched from Iran at Israel overnight were intercepted. 1 was shot down over Haifa. The other 3 were intercepted over the Dead Sea. Oh, yeah. Manny Fabian says yesterday the IDF said around 1,000 drones had been launched at Israel in total in the last week. Only around 200 actually reached Israel's borders. There have been no drone impacts in urban areas in Israel during the last week. Patrick thinks Iran is only running low on missile launchers. Yeah, the Wall Street Journal had a story yesterday that said Israel is running low on defensive interceptors. That was from the Wall Street Journal. Okay, revised injury numbers from that one missile hit. According to, is that so loud? according to the MDA, according to News of Security Cabinet, the MDA says 5 lightly injured, and then 30, they call it anxiety victims. So in terms of physically injured, 5 lightly injured in that hit. You know, those would be kind of mental conditions that you might be dealing with after being in that situation. Stress, for example. Severe distress or panic attacks, might it be, or physical symptoms from being distressed. Oh, also, I guess you could get some injuries from running to a shelter, too. Nino thinks IDF air defense is almost depleted, and that Iran can be conservative with their launches and make direct hits. That's what Nino thinks. Yeah, you know, the New York Times had an article yesterday, I think it was, that saying that Israel's firing interceptors faster than it can produce them. But it also said that Iran has begun firing fewer missiles, perhaps because it wants to conserve them because it's running out. You know, we are just after midnight here. I'm kind of thinking it might not be the worst time, because I'm going to be probably covering this tomorrow. I don't know, but I think maybe it's not the worst time to start wrapping up the stream. We've been on how long? About 9.5 hours. So I think it might be time. I mean, the later you know, there's. If I stay up later now, then I'll start later tomorrow. So it feels like the right time. Feels like the right time. If there's huge news in an hour, I'll come back on in an hour. I can always come back on. But I think it's the time. Yeah, I never know when missiles are going to get fired, so it's kind of just dumb luck. whether you're on or not. But again, if there's some huge news, I can always come back on the air. Yeah, I don't have information. Some of our viewers are claiming. One viewer sent me a post from Russian social media claiming there was no interception attempt. I don't know about that. So I haven't heard the IDF say that. We'll have to see. Oh, the IDF, no, they didn't post about that. The IDF did just announce, just so you know, the IDF just announced that they completed a series of overnight strikes in the heart of Tehran. Dozens of targets were attacked, including military industrial sites for missile production and the SPAN headquarters for research and development of the nuclear weapons project. More than 60 Air Force fighter jets attacked dozens of military targets overnight in Tehran, they said, using approximately 120 munitions. Several missile manufacturing industrial sites in the Tehran area were attacked. These sites were built over the years and were the industrial center of gravity of the Iranian Ministry of Defense. They said they attacked military industrial sites for the production of missile components and sites for the production of raw materials used for casting rocket engines. They also attacked the SPAN headquarters used to research and develop advanced technologies and weapons for the Iranian regime's military capabilities. Also, a site for the production of a component that is a necessary basis for the Iran regime's nuclear weapons program was attacked. So they said they attacked dozens of sites overnight in the heart of Tehran, they said. They just posted that right now, the IDF. Oh, thanks, by the way, to Sean. Thank you, Sean. I really appreciate that. Also, TLT and Nino NPC 2023. Also, Shadow Rider. And Razor Sharp. And Victories. I have not heard that rumor, Victories. I have not heard the rumor you're mentioning. But I will keep my eyes out. All right, so look, I'm going to start wrapping up this stream. If there's big news tonight, I can come back on the air. So I really appreciate you guys watching the stream and sending me messages during the stream with your updates and commenting in the chat and letting me read your comments on the air. So I very much appreciate hang on a second here. I very much appreciate you joining, and I'm sure we will have more coverage of this story. I would suggest that you turn the notifications on for the channel. We have our own notification system, because I don't know when we're coming on in advance. Depends on when the news is and all that. So, but you can sign up once for free notifications, and then you get a notification sent to you every time we go live. It works great. We do it through Discord. So sign up for our notifications. The mods will post the link to that in the chat. You can also find the link to the notifications in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. Make sure you're signed up for those. Hey, let's thank our moderators who have been here. They're amazing. They're always keeping the things under control in the chat, because people can be very passionate in the chat. So I really appreciate them being here. Thank you so much. We've had a lot of moderators in and out tonight. RJ, thank you, RJ, and all of our YouTube moderators. Huge thank you. Margaret Riley over there on Facebook, Charlotte Webb, Paul Anderson, K. Lowry Body, thank you. All of our Facebook mods and our Twitch mods, like I Got That Fire, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, all of our Twitch and all of our other Twitch mods, thank you so much. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Huge thanks to all of our moderators. Thank you so much. We couldn't have our chat rooms without our moderators. Also, hey, thanks to everybody who donated. That is super nice of you. Really nice of you, guys. Let me just check the updates here. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, that is what allows this channel to exist, is your support. So I really, it allows me to, buy news footage and these live videos and stuff. So thank you so much. Really generous of you. I think I got everybody. Well, let me check. DSPBB, I did not get over there on Twitch. Thank you so much. Uh-oh. But broke the rules. Come on, DSPBB. If you have a mod concern, you can write to them directly. Let's obey the rules, please. Please. Zionis, thank you for subscribing. Michigan Rowdy for your support. The mods, if you have a question for the mods, they will tell you how to reach them. They have contact info. They have like a mod email that you can write to. But that's the place for that, not the chat. Thank you, Riz Klur, over there on YouTube for your support as well, and Baymuse. If you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks to you for all your support of the channel. Thank you so much. Also, we have a chat where you could, for free, where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air, a Discord chat. It's the same link as the free notifications. Check that out if you want. A lot of our viewers like doing the Discord chat. And thanks to our Discord mods, too. Thank you, Discord mods. I will, for all you do, I will post updates about what's going on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. I'll post a link in the chat, but you can follow me there on X for breaking news. I post when I'm on the air, and especially when I'm not on the air. Also, you can follow Agenda Free TV on X. I always post there when we're going live. That's a good way to find out when we're going live. I post updates about the channel there. Agenda Free TV on X. Oops, what happened here? And I would suggest for those of you who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning the YouTube notifications on. That'll help you figure out when we're live. But it's a little confusing how to do that. If you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, what you need to do is you have to subscribe on YouTube, and then you click this bell, and then you choose all notifications. So click the bell and choose all notifications after you subscribe. Hold on a second here. Oh, I want to shout out our Twitch subscribers. Like, I Got That Fire, and thanks so much for subscribing and supporting the channel. Wall Street and Shaggy, Jack's Animals, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, thank you. Lisa Pisa, Eric IDX, thank you. Mr. BDD, I'll say. And all of our other Twitch subscribers, thanks so much. Heavy Tartar for subscribing over there. And our Facebook subscribers. like, oh, thanks for the Facebook stars, Martha Crawford. Thanks for subscribing, Martha. Thanks for all your support, Martha Crawford. And Diane Allworth, Robert Real II, Marie Goodson Hamilton, Sharon Klassen Goslin, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes. Thanks for subscribing on Facebook. Michael Clayton, thanks Michael for subscribing. And all of our other subscribers there. And our YouTube members like Captain Canada, CAC813, Crypto King, Warped Mopar, Evelyn in Maine, Purple Cat Audio, Bradley Lore, Thomas Pogzontech, Bluebird Softball Cookie, Carolette, CAC813, and Little Bird, Senior Fred, Captain Canada, Darag Tubrady, Mikomi, Sevenfold, Tanks a Lot, Lola P, Logan's Run, Jean Romaine, Music Muse, A Ducky, Captain Obvious, sorry if I'm repeating some of these, Beardless Guy, The Real Out Kev, Hamilton, Turned Off, Surge Deb, Vegas Bradley. Thanks Sambino for watching. Thanks Amy Helmley for watching. Michael5285. Todd Stout. Thank you, Lori Wagner. Hey, thanks Kevin Waldberger for the stars. Thanks, Kevin. I appreciate that. Barbara Aldridge, thanks for watching. Carol Thorpe Stankard, Sarah Smile. And Hello Howdy, thanks for subscribing. Woodland Creatures, thanks for your support. I Got That Fire, thanks for subscribing. The Red Shark, thanks for the gift sub. Thank you. Per Forts, thanks for subscribing. Walkman, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. That's nice of you. Mab says Iran is starting to get more accurate. Thank you, Decadalians, for watching. LCS Fox. All right, I am wrapping this up, but if there's super huge news, I can always do another stream, and I'll keep an eye out. OSINT Technical thinks the Microsoft campus near the hit may have lost some windows near the missile hit and taken some damage. All right, just checking here, but I will keep up with what's going on. Who knows what will happen next? I'm hoping that they can stop fighting soon, but I don't know. All right, guys. So again, thank you for watching. Thanks Real Out Kev from watching from Austria. Special shout out to everybody watching around the world. That is it for right now. Thank you for watching. And thank you again, moderators. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.